is 8:09 a.m. It is Saturday, June 13th, and I'm going to call this City Council workshop to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? And Councilor Shield, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. City Secretary, please call the roll.
Are you on?
Here.
Coach,
Here.
Ellison,
Present.
Shield,
Here.
Rizzo,
Here.
Villalobos,
Present.
Tobias.
Here.
All right. Bright and early, 8:10 a.m. We have 7 members present, full quorum. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you, staff, for being here to start guiding us through this. Scott, take it away.
Do we have a citizens comment period on here? A citizens comment period?
There is a citizen comment period. I don't know if anybody, I didn't receive any.
Okay. Just checking to see if anybody's online for call for public. Doesn't.
Sorry, do we need to do citizen comment?
It's on the agenda, but we don't have anyone here in the council chambers and nobody's online, so I think we're good.
Okay.
All right, well, good morning, council and staff.
Good morning.
All right.
Morning. Good morning.
We've got the presentation overview on the screen. So today, just like we've done in prior years, and welcome Councilmember Tobias to your first budget workshop.
Thank you.
We'll talk about city council initiatives and priorities right up at the top. Then we'll get into our new budget needs by department. We'll go over the preliminary revenue numbers that we're seeing here in the city. Police facility bond election will be the next topic, key dates for budget development, and our budget directions for 2021. We've got about 60 slides and a few hours here to get through them. So with that said, our new budget needs by department, starting with city council program priorities for 2021. We wanted to start with these priorities because they reflect our gold standard commitment, that which we talked about during the council retreat. They're also reflective of the citizen priorities from the citizen survey. If you recall, there's been a lot of talk about appearance of our community, beautification initiatives, and so this is the first one that we are going to focus on with our investing here in 2021. So our citywide beautification program, I sent out the latest draft of that to council in an email. We have had a beautification program for the last several years. We've been working through it, but it's a little wordy, hard to navigate, and so this revised document is much more succinct, and it really hits right at the heart of what our action items need to be as staff. What are we looking for? Well, there's a vision here, and as I consider beautification, and we've talked through it with staff, we really have different visibility areas in the city. The first one, the highest visibility area in Kyle, is along 35. And that is our highest trafficked corridor, and it's the one where the most visitors, if you will, through Kyle, see what we're about. And so first here would be that 130,000 vehicle per day travel through I-35. The second tier would be just beyond that, anybody getting into the city Typically, if you're going to travel anywhere in Kyle, you have to travel through one of our larger or major arterials. So you'll see the list of streets up there that we consider the more major arterials: Burleson, Kohlers, Kyle Parkway, Marketplace, Lehman, Filipina, 150 east and west, and basically our road bond roads and the other major arterials with a higher amount of traffic on them. That second tier, that second ring of beautification, we want to look very sharp. The vision is, as you can see down below, we're going to keep our litter picked up on these roads. We're going to keep landscaping much more maintained and more beautiful with trees that line the streets, with flowers. We want to remove structures that are visible from the corridors. So if there's a structure, a home, a barn, something that's falling down next to a corridor, we want our code enforcement to take care of it. So the third tier is beyond the larger corridors. Now we're going into the neighborhood streets, and that's really more of the code enforcement initiatives, or it's the lesser traveled streets. And so in addition to the beautification aspect of the streetscape, it's also the quality and condition of the roadways themselves. And we're going to talk about that in our next priority with the street construction crew and how we plan to augment that. We have our city facilities, many of them that are along our major corridors, but some that are within our neighborhood streets. Those also tell a story about who we are, and the story we need to tell is gold standard. So we're having an increased focus on making sure our facilities and grounds look attractive to the citizenry. So again, looking at that list, you can kind of see where we are headed. The last dash there is empowering code enforcement. We've talked about this in the past, where we want to give our code enforcement the tools. We also want to give them the tools through our court system, where if we have a property owner that's not following through on abatement, that we can have our municipal court assist with the lien process, right? So we can go out, get a property abated in whatever way it needs to be, and then that cost then goes back onto that property. So I think this is the only slide on beautification. I wanted to pause here. Again, I sent out the document, the beautification plan. It goes into a lot more detail on how we're going to achieve this vision. The mayor has used the word Plum Creek standard before, which if you drive through that area, you see the grass that's always mowed, the edges that are always trimmed. You see sidewalks and cracks that are weed-free, that are level. And that's the standard that we want to set throughout our city. We want our medians where they exist to be attractive. Flowers, mulched areas. Basically, we're elevating the vision. We're creating the gold standard. We're probably at bronze right now. We want to get to gold, and this is how we're going to do it. And here in the budget, you're going to see how we plan to get there financially. So are there any questions or comments on this first slide?
I guess for me, it's just a question on the code enforcement. I just want to make sure that as we're implementing more power towards code enforcement, that we're still remembrance of the property owner, to always be respectful. Some of my dealings with code enforcement up in Austin have not been the best, I'll tell you right now. And a lot of what I'm dealing with right now is actually created by the city of Austin, and the property owners have to deal with it. And code enforcement's not always polite, I'll tell you that right now. They need to remember that they work for the taxpayer, and I don't think our code enforcement's like that. I hope they're not. But just remember, when you give people a little bit more power, sometimes there could be some misreadings on that. So I was just reminding our code enforcement to always be courteous, and that's one of the biggest things first. So I was asked politely first before we have to really, enforce anything. But that's one of the things that I'm dealing right now with the city of Austin
Yeah.
big time. So just making sure that our code enforcement remembers that, we still work for the citizenry.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got two great code enforcement officers. We're in the budget. You'll see what we're going to ask for another couple. But we hear complaints of our code enforcement officer out, abating issues for our property owners. So they're going above and beyond. They're very proactive about helping the property owners get into compliance. And we are very lenient when it comes to the verbal and then the written citation. We basically have not done the lien on property yet. We know we need to get there because we do have some property owners that haven't responded otherwise. So it's just a continued approach in code enforcement that will ensure that these corridor areas are attractive.
Just a bit more, probably deeper seat into the code enforcement piece is that when we talk about empowerment, is giving them a clear understanding of their authority and what that means to the gold standard of the city of Kyle. And I'm assuming that there'll be a plan in place that makes it clear for the code enforcement people to understand where their authority is and what we're expecting of them and what we're supporting them to do. Therefore, they feel empowered to make those decisions and take those actions appropriately. And I'm sure that that's taken place. But I would want to just reiterate the fact is that empowerment means we're providing them with the tools and clear understanding on what their expectations are and what actions they should be taking. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You bet. Okay. Next council priority for 2021 is our enhanced city street construction capabilities. So again, we look at gold standard, and we've seen in the past with our surveys that transportation, especially the maintenance of our roadways, always ranks high for expenditures in the budget. We have spent quite a bit of money over the years, especially in the last 5 or 6 since we've had these road bond projects on engineering and on construction, and 30 to $40 million worth of projects. Looking ahead, we know we have $30+ million of projects still ahead of us if we continue this same trajectory of heavy engineering and then very robust streetscape improvements. But because these corridor roadways, the 5, now 6, I guess, road bond roads that are the major arterials, because they have been done so well at this point, now we're starting to look at kind of the fringe major arterials, maybe the more minor arterials, still very important and still need a lot of work done, but maybe not to the same, sorry, I'll pull this forward, Matt, so you can reduce the gain, but maybe not to the same cross-section that we have on our current roads like Burleson, Philomena, Lehman, Marketplace. With that understanding that we don't need to have the full cross-section on these minor arterials, it gives us an opportunity to look at what our capabilities are in-house rather than paying 3-4 times the same price to a contractor to do a larger streetscape project. So we're looking at kind of retooling our street construction crew, and you'll see later in the budget that we're going to be asking for an entire crew to come in and basically take the place of that private construction crew that typically does these wider cross-section areas. And what you'll see is that the dollar amount saved for doing that is significant over what we were spending on the private sector. Still, we're not going to lower our standards. However, we'll lower the engineering standard of the For example, it may not be as wide with curb gutter and sidewalk. It may not have the full bike lane or sidewalks on both sides, but it'll still be a very attractive road and a smooth driving surface, which at the end of the day is the goal. So you can see on the slide here, the priority is to continue that high standard and empower our street construction crew in-house to start really working on new roads such as Stagecoach, such as Bunton from Lehman east, right? Such as Goforth from Bunton north, right? Windy Hill. These are roads that the citizens are still clamoring for us to improve, but as we look at this trajectory, we would have to wait and then pass another road bond of a very sizable road bond. We've looked at it, and if we bring that in-house, we can get those projects done much faster and for much less cost.
Scott?
Yes.
I know that we had also on the list for this year, and I know it's getting put off till next year because of the county, Old Post Road.
Yes. So Old Post Road, we are working with the county right now. There's actually several things that have gone into the delay of that project. One of the biggies is the engineering, and one reason that has slowed down is because of property acquisition. So we're about 95% with engineering. We're left with one property owner right now. There are also some preliminary projects that we need to do to get that road ready for construction. So we learned that one of our water lines is too close to the surface. We need to lower the depth of that water line. We need to bring another line along 150 and get that deeper and through the roadway width before we can go in and reconstruct over it. We also need to form up some of the edges first. So there are some things that we need to do in-house with our own crew before the county can come in and mill and basically rehab the rest of that road. So the timing, I know Commissioner Inglesby is very interested in helping us get that project done. Jerry Borcherding has been trying to work that into their schedule as soon as we're ready, that they can also be ready. And so things are in motion to hopefully get some construction started on that project, hopefully this year. I think the county is committing to do that for us. So it kind of depends at this point on the schedule that we put together, and we're in the process of putting that together now.
Okay, so we have it funded for the 850,000, so if we can't get it started, we'll just push it to next year, but it's already funded.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's in the CIP. One other thing I wanted to say on this slide is by having the street construction crew, by basically dedicating a full crew to that, it then frees up our street maintenance crew, which currently is being called upon to help street construction. So we've got kind of a smaller street maintenance crew and street construction crew, and so they usually have to come together to do larger projects, such as Hayes and Gonzalez that we're doing right now. Again, by adding a new crew for construction, we can now take this maintenance crew and dedicate them solely to projects, maybe like the sidewalk projects that we're currently outsourcing. Maybe we can bring that back in-house. Helping with the beautification initiative, straightening signs, making sure that our roads are appropriately crack sealed, weed free, etc. So, they're the crew that responds to things in a pinch, guardrail damage, etc. Again, part of the gold standard initiative and council priority. So with that, are there any questions? We'll get into this a little bit more here as we go into the actual budget, but questions on this high level? Okay, next slide. So this is the council project priorities for 2021. We've heard the analogy recently of circle the wagons. And the high priority projects that are within the circle are the ones that we've really been focusing on a lot lately. And so these would be a lot of those projects. We want to make sure that we continue pushing, especially on the uptown projects such as the Central Park, the trail, the Heroes Memorial. If you'll see, we increased that to $5 million from $4 million based on the latest cost estimates that we're receiving from the Nudge Design Group. Fajita Fields, and there may be some good news there as well. We're still working with Lennar on that project. We have the RFQ out for the mixed-use building downtown and the City Square Park redevelopment, and you see the funding dedicated there. Center Street and Stagecoach Road, two very important road projects that you'll see here a little later. We are confident that we can get our street construction crew to work on those projects. And then the roads that I mentioned, the Bunton, Goforth, Windy Hill, those we will be able to work on in succession. So don't think that those are all going to happen at the same time as part of some big package. Again, we get our street construction crew. Those might be even 2022, 2023 projects as we finish Center Street and Stagecoach. So we'll start methodically hitting those roads as we can, but we want to at least put those in our CIP so we have the ability to move toward them. And then, as I mentioned, there will be some smaller roads, the minor arterials that don't have the heavy traffic on them, that we would use a different type of construction method called oil and chip or chip seal, which is very effective for those roads, and we can knock a lot more of those out as we go. You'll see the Scott and Sledge Street storm drainage project. We have a little bit more than 450 there a little later in the presentation. We got some new numbers back on that just last night, but that's probably good for engineering, and hopefully we can get into the construction this fiscal year as well. The Anthem water tank contribution as per our agreement, and you'll see we are carrying per our capital recovery program, Lennar and the Blank River Ranch groups, and beautification corridor program. The document I had sent out has those major corridor streets, and we are planning on issuing an RFP for a landscaping firm to come in and bid on those projects, and we just don't have that issued yet. But once we do, we'll be able to plug in a number there. And then our public transportation program, we are getting very, very close to rolling that out. We know it's taken a little bit longer to finally get an agreement put together, but we're very close, and we think we can come in with our new budget year and really knock it out of the park with that program. So with all that said, the total is $21,475,000 for our high priority projects for this next year, and then moving into future years.
And Scott, that's without the beautification corridor bids. They haven't come in yet.
Yeah. Questions on the Circle the Wagon high priority council projects?
ARWA contribution?
We'll have a slide on ARWA, and that's a good point. It definitely is a Circle the Wagon high priority project that will take place very soon this fiscal year, or this next fiscal year, and so we'll have a slide and we'll talk about that. I think we left it off of this slide because it's a third-party project, but very good question.
I saw something just pointed out. It's just a minor edited thing, because I was confused as well. Your number 9 says Go Forth Road on your previous slide. It says Bunton Road twice, and I was wondering where Bunton Road went from the substation to BB, but that makes sense now with Go Forth. I do appreciate. It looks like for the most part, staff has really understood the council priority projects, and a number of them are infrastructure projects, particularly roads. So I do like the emphasis in this. I'm going to have a lot of questions, so I'm just going to wait till the end. I want you to get through your presentation, Scott.
You got it. Okay. Yeah, we made a correction on one slide and forgot to correct on the other. Also apologize for that typo. On slide 7, the project priorities, these are the funding sources that we are looking at. We know we have the TDS contributions for $1.5 million. We had monies prioritized for certain projects such as the wastewater treatment plant and Old Stagecoach Road project. We are taking the cash monies that were set aside for those projects and using those to fund these high priority projects. Not to say that these will not get done; they're getting done differently. Wastewater treatment plant with our bond and Old Stagecoach Road in-house. The water utility, you'll see the cash dedicated there toward our projects. Storm drainage utility, the public transportation comes from the general fund. The beautification will come from the general fund. The city square improvements and 104 South Burleson will come from the Kinder Morgan settlement dollars. And the TERS 2 will be funding some of those uptown improvements. And you'll see that dollar amount of $21,475. So the good thing is we have a funding plan for these high priority projects.
Scott,
Yes.
on that last slide, can you go ahead and just have a discussion on the side note for Kinder Morgan settlement? And just kind of explain initially borrowed from rail siding CIP.
Yeah, so the Kinder Morgan settlement was actually a little bit more than 2.5 million, but we've got 2.5 dedicated here for those 2 downtown projects. When we say initially borrowed from the rail siding CIP, it was basically cash that we moved around as a placeholder for those projects. And because rail siding CIP hasn't, since the construction phase of that still is, it looks like it's at least another year out. We shifted, because we had the construction phase in this 2021 budget, that'll now shift to the 2022 budget when that construction phase is ready to hit for that project. So we'll basically just be moving cash around as projects are available for construction.
And just projects that are dig ready, right? We're not going to hold on to it. We have other projects that have come forward that are dig ready or close to that at this point. So we're just restructuring the cash to address those projects.
Correct.
We're still going to fund that project. It's just not ready.
That's correct.
I just want to make that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good question.
Great. Thanks for pointing that out, Councilmember Villalobos.
Okay, slide 8. We see we're going to start getting into the reprioritization of the Stagecoach CIP funds. Council recalls we had $7 million that were budgeted for this project based on an early engineer estimate. Once we got into about 30% design, we realized that project was going to be quite a bit more. And we had been working with our engineer on some value engineering. We tried to take out some elements of that project and looked at some realignments. At the end of the day, we were still having a very hard time getting close to that $7 million number. However, when we started looking at our capacity to build that road in-house with a street construction crew, we realized we could basically staff up and get equipment for that crew for the budgeted amount of the project, and we could get the project done in-house. What that would do is help us to then go beyond Stagecoach Road and Center Street and start moving to these other road projects that we have just mentioned. And then we really, the cost for those other projects now comes way out of the clouds. So for example, you'll see down below where it says Bunton Road, Layman to PEC, $500,000. Well, if council remembers, our early engineer estimate for that project was $4 to $5 million. Well, again, how can we do that for only 500,000? Because that's what the material cost is going to be if we already have the equipment and the staff, the street construction crew to get that project done. So we significantly reduce future project costs to the city, and the roadway gets done. It still looks great. May not have the full bells and whistles as the other full cross-section roads, but you have a nice, smooth, drivable surface there, and that's really what the public is clamoring for. They don't want a road that's basically cracking and sloughing off the side like they have now on Bunton. And you'll see that again on Goforth. You'll see that on Windy Hill Road. These enormous costs that we were looking at for our next big road bond have greatly been reduced. So to make that happen, we'll go back up to 1, 2, 3. We need to staff up a full street construction crew. And so what we are asking for in this budget to utilize that full budgeted $7 million would be 11 positions, 3 beautification positions, as we've talked about before, and then an engineer position. And that engineer position will be basically keeping one project ahead of the street construction crew. So as they're out doing Stagecoach and Center Street, that engineer is putting together the plans and specs for Bunton Road East, and then puts the plans for Goforth Road North, right? And then it basically just is always staying a step ahead. And again, that's going to greatly bring the cost down from what we're currently paying for engineering services. I think everyone knows that a typical engineering cost for any project is 10% of the project cost. So if we were looking at $4 to $5 million for Bunton East, well, we're looking at $400,000 or $500,000 in engineering costs alone just for that project. And now it's basically just our one staff engineer that would be doing that. The equipment, we have for years been working to bring full equipment to our street construction crew. We'll go through an equipment list here in a moment, but we're looking at that $2 million to bring in a large milling machine, some more dump trucks, and a couple of rollers, basically to round out that construction crew. So again, that basically hits our $7 million. So with what we had budgeted, we're putting ourselves in perfect place or perfect position to get our projects done and to line up future projects. Questions on this slide?
I have some.
Yes,
Sorry, Scott. Okay, so the 11 new street construction positions, so 6 of those were going to be street technician 2s and 4 were going to be street technician 1s, is that correct? And then I guess a foreman?
I think we have a slide a little further
Later.
down.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have
that
detailed
will
slides.
detail that
Okay.
out.
Okay. I wasn't
that
sure
it?
if we were going to go into that
Yes,
later.
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
We'll hit
so
that
sorry
first.
if I'm going ahead.
Oh, no problem. Good question.
This is Councilmember Villalobos. I have one,
Yes, sir.
just to kind of point out. Just on one project alone, in the direction that we're pushing forward to create a more robust road crew, what's the cost benefit? Just in generally speaking in dollars, in one project, how much we're saving versus how much we're spending to increase the capacity for our road crew. Is there any way that you can kind of explain that piece?
Yes, sir.
So that the citizens understand that this is more of an efficient way of doing business?
Yeah, that's a great question. I had mentioned the 30% design
And
for this
I
road.
guess if I have to, break it down even more, I know in one project on our the project that we were working with on Post Road coming into Center Street, and then the uses of incorporating our roads crew and doing a project like that, or any of the other projects that I've seen that Harper's crew has done an astounding job on, but just the overall savings, and that when we have a comparison like that, I think it opens the eyes of our citizens and understanding of why we're doing that.
Yeah, there are several advantages, Councilmember Villalobos, to doing this. And there are disadvantages, but I think the advantages outweigh the disadvantages pretty significantly. First is the cost that you mentioned. The 30%
Right.
design amount came in at $15 million for this road. So if we consider that in-house, we can not only build out our crew and equipment for this project, but get the project done for the $7 million that we had budgeted. That's a major cost saving to the citizens. Over half of the project is saved. And then moving into those other projects, we're basically 30 to 40% of the total cost of what it would have otherwise been outsourced. So significant savings. Our crews are, they have the ability to work in a more nimble fashion, if you will. Again, with our engineer, I think they can make decisions out in the field that otherwise would have to probably come back to council. I'll give a good example that, the tree on Old Stagecoach Road, the current design, or the 30% design from the engineer, had a very hard time missing that tree. We feel that with our crews in-house and not going to the full cross-section width, basically just building those 2 lanes, we can safely navigate around that tree and save the tree, and still provide a good roadway where traffic doesn't have to yield on both sides, right? So this will allow us to be a little more flexible in the design. The trade-off again is, it's not going to look like Philomena, which has full sidewalks with pedestrian scale lighting and the banner flags, right? But should Stagecoach be built to that level currently? Well, maybe not. It doesn't have that high ADT, or average daily traffic, like Philomena does. It will one day, and maybe when that happens, we come back and we add those additional elements. We can probably put a little bike lane still on this road, because we know that there's a lot of bike traffic on there. So we can be pretty flexible with putting that in also. So hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you very much. I think it does answer the question. Just to highlight again what you're talking about with regards to the tree on that road, is that we are more flexible, and we have a crew that's going to be more in tune in the concerns and needs for our city. So then therefore it's less of a negotiation and more of a direction with our own crew doing the work. And I appreciate Harper willing to take on that role and taking that direction, and I appreciate the council and pushing us that way, because that is key, is that we understand what our needs are, and we're pushing forward to the needs that have been expressed by our citizens. And that right there highlights an example of usage and the ability for our own crews to be flexible to the needs of the city. So thank you very much for that explanation.
You're welcome. And Harper would probably want me to say this, but we're going to have a new crew. They're going to be fairly inexperienced to begin with, so there's going to be some growing pains. We're basically going from the minors to the big leagues to the majors right out of the gate, and it may take us a little longer. So we hope the public will have a little more patience with us up front. But as we learn the equipment, as we learn efficiencies as we go, we're really going to start making real progress to the community. All right, slide 9. This is our reprioritization slide that shows for several years of O&M costs. We know that if we're gonna hire 14 new positions, that we have to pay for those positions at year over year, right? So this isn't just a one-time expense like it is with the equipment. So we wanted to show that there are monies being set aside also that will help us ease into the O&M. So you'll see on the left of this chart, new budget and prior budget monies. So in 2021, we'll have everything coming out of that $7 million, that tune of the $913,000 in and funds to pay O&M into 2022, and so we would only be supplementing $200,000 out of the general fund in new monies for those positions. In 2023, there would be $350,000 of new monies coming into the general fund added to the $200,000 for 2022. So basically, the general fund is now picking up $550,000 of that O&M cost in 2023. In 2024, the general fund would then pick up the remaining portion of that $913,000. So we have basically a 4-year or 3-year phase-in for the general fund to pick up those O&M costs after this year, and that's all part of that $7 million as well. Pervez, anything on that?
No?
No?
You
Okay.
explained it pretty good.
We should,
Questions on that?
Scott, we should probably make sure that council's aware of what is the commitment there, because we're committing to expending future dollars in order to make this work. And so we might kind of want to linger on that for a minute. There's a lot of equipment and O&M costs there. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts about the equipment that we're purchasing, or what the expectations are, how we're going to be storing that equipment.
So I guess my question is, Public Works is pretty much where we're storing everything. But I know some of the equipment will stay on job sites, because it's too hard to transport back and forth. Because you got to bring in heavy equipment to come out and move some of that equipment out there. You know what I mean? You have to bring in big trailers and everything. But I know some of it will be on the job sites, because these guys are going to be running weekly. So I know there'll be some equipment that stays out on job sites, but just making sure we have everything that's adequate, GPS locators on everything, making sure everything that we purchase stays safe and we're accountable.
Yeah, and we'll show in another slide here the equipment list, and you'll see as part of that, there's basically a lean-to structure that a lot of public works yards will put out there to cover their equipment when it's being stored. So we did want to account for the storage of the equipment in the budget as well.
That's great.
That would also be making sure we have a adequate inventory of supplies and keep tracking of, what Councilman Reese was saying, equipment, going from job site to job site, and making sure we're keeping track of the maintenance and the fuel, et cetera, on all that.
Yeah, supplies are kind of an interesting question, because with some projects, you need hot oil, for example, right? Well, we don't have that here. We've got to go and get that and transport it, and that's what we've been doing up to this point. We've been driving away and then bringing it back. We're going to have a truck here in this budget that will be able to hold and keep that oil heated, so that our supplies last longer. We're not making so many trips. Same with asphalt. We've got additional trucks for hauling. By each of these larger projects, we'll have a certain amount of supplies dedicated to it, and we'll be able to store those at the yard. Yes, sir.
Okay, because eventually, if we eventually get these new teams in place, they will be new and fresh. Maybe some will be inexperienced about the city. But I think in time, with some of the projects they'll gain that experience and have a layout of the city of what's needed. And if it's a certain type of project where they run into a roadblock, so to speak, they can be able to utilize their experience from what we did on this side of the street of the town, and it runs the pipes this way. We could be able to figure out and eliminate a lot of costs that way of having to go outsourcing.
Yeah,
We can be able to understand what the layout of the city is with the pipes, the sewers, and the roads, and be able to use in-house materials and overuse the materials to fix some of those projects, which is, I think, is good.
Yeah, fill dirt's a big part of that. There may be some, like a small batch plant that we look at in the future. We may rely more on TDS for concrete, so there are definitely material savings that we'll have in the future as we get more down the road, so to speak.
So one of the things, I don't know if we've thought of this part of it yet, but is allocating that used material that we're taking up, making sure that, because right now there's a big demand for, recycled asphalt.
Yeah.
Making sure we're keeping an eye on that, reallocating it somewhere else, because there's a lot of places we could use some of that crushed asphalt. So, that's a big cost savings there. So, that when you think about cost savings, you're not just thinking about what you're building, but also what you're taking away, because there's a lot of value in that, in what you're pulling out.
Yeah, it's a great point. And one of the pieces of equipment you'll see here is a reclaimer to help us keep as many materials on existing roads and recycle those back into the roads themselves.
We're actually doing that right now, sir.
Okay. All right, slide 10. We're going to now get into the department and division budgets. So this will take the bulk of the next part of the presentation. And we have been working with department heads. I think their objectives were clear. We've asked them for needs that will help them maintain the service level that our citizens are looking for, maintain this current fiscal year service level, but with the understanding that we're still not sure how we're going to get through COVID-19, the recession that I guess we're in. I'm not sure, even though our numbers are looking pretty good right now, all things considered. We wanted to walk into this budget in a conservative fashion. So with that, the department heads gave us their estimates, their projects that they feel are needed to maintain that level of service. These are going to be just like last year. They're going to be unfiltered. So city managers, city finance director have not gone through these to edit requests. So you're getting the requests straight from the department heads, and we've asked them this year to justify those as we go. So you'll be hearing from each one. And department heads, again, let's be succinct as we go through these slides. With that said, we did want to start with the council's budget. You'll see the expenditures for this year through June 12th, and then what's remaining in your budget. And basically on your slide here, we basically just put a snapshot of your expenditures and wanted to give you, seed the thought. This is our first budget workshop, and we're going to have another one August 1st. So between now and then, be thinking about, are the funds dedicated toward travel, is that sufficient? Is it too much? Is it too little? The amount dedicated toward legal and kayak, food and meals. So we don't really need to talk about it much today, but we wanted to throw that out there so that you can be thinking about those conversations. But we do need to have your input going into that final work session on the 1st of August. So with that, are there any questions on the council's budget? Yes, ma'am.
Let's see, it looks like computer hardware, we had only budgeted 3,000. We've already spent 3,000. We've already spent 6,000. What was that increase?
So one thing that we do here in the city is we do what's called deficit spending, which means if there's an expenditure that should be coded to the line item, we're still going to code it to that line item so that we have an accurate picture, even if there are monies that are still available in the other line items to cover that cost. We're going to at least code it to the right line item. Now, with these expenditures, we're still trying to figure out how many of these are related to COVID. Some council members had some equipment needs or expenses that allowed them to work from home. And so we just haven't coded those all to COVID yet or to this line item. But these would be webcams, monitors, computers, iPads, basically for the council to be able to work remotely and efficiently.
Okay, I just want to put it out there.
Sure, absolutely.
Somebody sees it and they go, they've spent more than they should have, you know.
Right.
So why? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions on this slide?
Still going through it.
Sure.
Scott, I know there's probably some other areas with regards to the COVID response, and I just want to make sure that I'm sure that Pervez and others in the office are looking at those areas where we can maximize our reimbursement for some of those expenses as well, right? Within the CARES Act dollars, or within. So I'm sure that there is, but if there isn't, then ensuring that we are documenting those areas, because it's clear that a lot of what we had to do from a digital format was largely about public health, and making sure that that line item is addressed as such, because public health is probably going to be our highest, what's going to be our best category for us to ensure that we're getting what we need to recoup expenses for our response to public health. And that's just, I mean, that's what I wanted to point out, is just to make sure that we are articulating those pieces, and that, some people have a hard time understanding, well, what does technology do for public health? Well, in the middle of the declaration and so on and so forth, we were forced to social distance, and to protect ourselves as policymakers, we have an obligation to the citizens to ensure that we are in our best health so we can continue to make decisions that are in the best interest of the city. So that forces us to an emergency situation to address things from a distance. And so I want to make sure that we articulate that in our documentation, so that we're getting those funds where we need them to recoup our expenses because of that response. And those are also things that come forward in declarations and orders that were put out by both the governor and the judge, the county judge, so, and the mayor. So that's all. Just wanted to make sure you guys are addressing it as such. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Councilmember, we have a staff member, Connie Campa, who is basically taken this role on and has attended all the trainings and is keeping meticulous track of our expenditures. And we will be discussing this a little bit more this upcoming Tuesday night.
Thank you.
You bet. Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So we have current total budget for us is 199 on this slide, but in the budget it says 192, 177.
We had a budget amendment to increase kayaks funding
Okay,
this
thank
year.
you.
That's
All right.
the difference.
Again,
Yeah.
all right. Without,
Good question.
yeah, well, I mean, because people will see this and then
Right.
look at
It's
this.
great,
and
great question. Thank you.
so.
Yeah, just real quick on line items 7 and 8. Notice we've got a big savings. One reason is that travel's been down because of COVID-19. Will those dollars, do they go away, or do we carry those over for travel for next year? Because we probably put that into maybe even somewhere that would be more useful, since we weren't able to travel and get the training that was necessary for P&Z. But I know next year we'll have something in the line item for them, but I'd like to see something like that go into some part of the revitalization of Kyle, maybe sidewalks or something like that. So,
Yeah, Councilmember, so if there are funds remaining within a budget, then council does have the ability to redirect those funds, so to beautification or another initiative. In this next budget process, we will rebudget these same amounts for council unless council determines that there's a different amount needed for travel or training.
All right, thank you, Scott.
That- Okay, with that said, we're going to jump into our departmental budgets, starting with Chief of Staff, Jerry Hendricks.
Mayor, Council, for the record, Jerry Hendricks, Chief of Staff. We're requesting to reclassify one of our custodians to a lead custodian. Last year, we added a third member to our custodial team. Belinda has been a long tenured member of that team, and she's really taken the reins in training and supervising and making sure that our facilities are held to a very high standard, and particularly with the COVID responses that we've had. They've been sanitizing every office, every public space, and been very critical to our ability to keep our buildings open to staff and now to the public. So I'd like to just formalize her role as lead custodian and add that to our budget. That's the reason for this submittal and request. Any questions, comments, concerns?
I think that's a great one, Jerry. I agree with your comments on Belinda and what how she's been a leader in her attention to detail. I've seen her work for a while now, so thank you.
And thank you for promoting that longevity within that particular position. I think it's important that once we were able to identify people that are willing to take that lead role, do the work, mentor others, I think it's important that we put ourselves in positions to promote longevity within our organization. I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. That's a good point. We've been trying in all of our departments to create an upward ladder for individuals that show that tenure and that initiative so that we don't lose them to other organizations as they want to move up. And I agree with your comments. Thank you.
And I'd like to point with this COVID, it's going to be an ongoing thing. It's not something that's just going to stop in a couple of months. This is going to be a continuous effort of making sure that the facilities are clean and sanitized the best of the ability. So we need to recognize and appreciate the work they've done, she's done as well. Thank you.
Yeah, our whole custodial team has really stepped up and done an outstanding job.
They sure have. Thank you.
There's no other questions. For our special events, one of the things that's been brought out in our task force meetings with council members and other members of that group is that we really want to up the promotion and the marketing of our events. And so we've increased that budget both for the Pie in the Sky and for next year's Fajita Festival. The total budget, marketing budget this year for special events was pegged to $15,000 for all the different things that department does. So specifically for the Pie in the Sky and for next year's Fajita Festival, we've upped to, for Pie in the Sky, $20,000 and for the Fajita Festival, $25,000. And those numbers, Sarah, our special events coordinator, and Samantha, our communications director, and myself have worked to refine those numbers and have a plan on how to spend those effectively to make sure not only everybody in Kyle knows about these events, but everybody in the Central Texas region and as far beyond as we can get out are aware of these events and know that they are welcome to attend. The one caveat that I'd like to add to our special events budgets for next year is they don't currently include any COVID expenses. The Fajita Festival will be in the spring, and next year's Pie in the Sky will obviously be in the fall. So depending on where we are with that particular issue, we may need to add monies to provide additional sanitation and hygiene measures. And that's the only real change in the special events budgets for next year. So, any questions or concerns or comments about those?
Just in regards to the Fajita Fest, I think it's probably better presented as a reacquaintance of something that's been historical and that has been a tradition of Kyle in the past. And I think it's a direction of the council to ensure that we are appreciating our diversity in this community. It's an opportunity to highlight that and to promote that. And I just want to, people may think that this is something new, but I can tell you that some of the council members have done a great amount of work in researching our history. And this just brings forward an opportunity to reacquaint ourselves and to ensure that we are appreciating our diversity in the city. So I just want to make sure that we point that out in coming forward. Yes, it is new because we're budgeting from that perspective, but this has been a traditional celebration in the city of Kyle that we are bringing back with a lot more fervor and a lot more commitment to its success. And I'm very excited with the work that's been done with this, and I'm proud to be a part of a small part of creating what is to come with this and the opportunities that it brings to our city. So again, when we talk about the budgeting piece, this is something that we are reacquainting this city to. It's part of its roots. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Just want to ditto what Alex said.
I just want to go a little bit more about this. It's, Kyle has a lot of history, has a lot of diversity to it. But I can tell you this is something that I'm really glad we're bringing forward to share with the new families of Kyle a little bit of what old Kyle was. And I think it's really going to be a beautiful thing to witness, to see all these new families going out there celebrating an event that was here in Kyle for a long time, and just, to bring back some of that tradition, that culture, and what Kyle was in the beginning. I think they'll appreciate it, and I think it's going to be great to share that with the new families here.
Any other questions or comments? With that, that's the end of my presentation.
Jennifer?
Council, for the record, Jennifer Vitrano, City Secretary. And we're asking to upgrade our streaming system to use a service called Swagit. We're hoping that we've had a lot of instability with the system we're currently using, and this will be a huge upgrade. Some of this a portion of this is going to be just a one-time expense for equipment, and then a portion of it is annual service fees. So the next year will not be nearly so much as far as the streaming service. And then we're also asking for an additional $135 so that Carla, our new addition to my department, will be able to join associations, the Texas Municipal Clerks Association and our Capital Chapter. So that's what the 135 is. And then training budget is just to add in for additional training since we have another employee. Are there any questions?
Yes, just to point out, the Swagit is a tremendous tool for all of us. Let me just explain a little bit more. That is created around utilizing social media to kind of produce certain opportunities for us to be more transparent and more communicative of our meetings. So it really, my experience with it has been tremendous in that, I mean, once it collates and you guys synchronize it with the overall agendas, that thing will link up to the video, so you're not searching. It's automatic. You press any point on the agenda, it automatically takes you to the video series or video portion that discusses that particular item on the agenda. It allows the city to throw out those links to show those certain pieces that are important for the city to know and see. It makes the people that are administering the notes, the agenda, and the overall communication from the council and all the different committees that come together, P&Z, to be very transparent in how they communicate out. It makes it easier and more efficient to do that. It's a great product. And I've seen just starting with at the county how it's been utilized. And I know that in the platform of the city of Kyle, you'll be able to utilize it to its fullest. So it's gonna really change a lot of the ways that you guys are administering all those different pieces behind the scenes. So a great move.
And I'll jump in and, well, thank you, Councilmember Villalobos, for elaborating on the capabilities of that. I think one thing that was very clear throughout this COVID time that we've had is just our city's ability to be ahead of the curve with technology and being able to broadcast and do the various things that we've been able to do. And it's because of investment like this. And I completely concur with this department, any of our departments continuing to advance that agenda to make, exactly to Councilmember Villalobos's point, it not only transparent with what we are doing in local city government, but also easily accessible for people to be able to get a hold of that information. The second point I wanted to make real quick was I can totally concur with the items 2 and 3. I think I speak for many of us when I say that Carla has been a great and appreciated addition to the team. And we want to help her get all the additional training that she needs. And I know she's been a great asset to you as well, Jennifer. Welcome help. So thank you for putting that in there.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next, we have Samantha. She'll be coming up to the podium.
Good morning, Samantha Armbruster, Director of Communications. And the budget that we've presented here for communications is to continue with the quality and increase the quantity of communication and outreach that is done for the city, not only for events, but city programs and initiatives as well. So the budget that you see here would allow us subscriptions to online tools for design, graphic design, website assets, as well as be able to contract for services for video, for photography, other things that we're going to need in our outreach needs. You'll also see an increase for equipment and our direct mail signage and posters. There is a line that shows that there is current funding that was in the past not in the communications budget, but that was being facilitated by the department. So that line item is just showing that it would be brought in to the communications department budget. Are there any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I know last year we were funding a second full-time employee, and I know we kind of had a change, not really bringing in a second. Are we still looking into doing that? How do we have that funded?
We do have a communications manager role that was funded in the current fiscal year, and they will be starting on Monday.
Oh,
awesome.
okay.
Yes.
Well, nice surprise.
Awesome.
No one's more excited than me.
Okay, all right. So, okay, well, we look forward to meeting her, hopefully, or them on Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
And so where's her office or that person's office going to be?
Well, we will be sharing my office for now, but of course, most of us are still remotely, so we'll be making sure to coordinate our schedules so that we stay safe in our work.
Awesome.
And that's a great point. just what you illustrated is everyone's willingness to share their footprint to ensure that we get the job done. As you know, we are squeezing into spaces, and that's exactly what I wanted to reiterate. And that, and then the attitude and the willingness just to get the job done. And I appreciate that, but I think it needs to be highlighted more and more as we go through the budget and as we go through addressing this fiscal year too. So it's just, you guys are doing a lot, and I want to make sure that we highlight that. I appreciate it, and thank you for your work.
Thank you.
So I guess mine is on line item number 3, advertising. What exactly does, for those at home, what does this detail? What advertising are we trying to reach out there to the public?
So this advertising would be the paid advertising. We have a contract with AGR, and that gives us a footprint across Texas highways, web and offline. And then also the social media and other paid advertising opportunities, whether that is a local paper, a regional paper, even, something national. If we had the opportunity for advertisement, that would give us that capacity. And social media advertising can't be ignored either. We know that we have quite the following across our channels here in the city of Kyle, and sometimes it just needs a little bit of extra boost to get extra eyes on those posts, and so that advertising budget would allow for that as well.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions for me?
I do. Just to follow up on number 3, as far as the social and standard media, within that budget, is there going to be any kind of new ways of reaching out to the community versus just the Facebook? One suggestion that I heard from a resident was using a text style system set up to where the residents could be able to opt in a text message from their phone if they were to receive any messages relating to the city or events or critical incidents that's going on in Kyle. Is that something that you're looking into to do with this budget next year as well, to come up with different ways besides the Facebook and the Twitter or anything like that?
Absolutely. So we are creating what I'm calling an outreach template, and it will set an expectation for what our residents will see whenever something is happening in the community, and that will be very wide-reaching. Even with current events, most recently, we've increased our postering, really trying to get the word out in different ways. But to speak to your point, we are very close to launching an app for the city of Kyle that would allow for an opt-in and then allow for push notifications. So that would allow exactly what you're speaking to.
Okay.
It's for a resident to opt in. Once they do, then they would actually receive a push notification, much like a text.
Oh, okay. And that would be within this budget as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. That's good. Thank you, ma'am.
Awesome. I just want to say, commend you on that. That's great, forward thinking. I'll tell you right now, one of the things about notifications, I've noticed that a lot of what you put out on social media comes out really quick on the city website, things like that. So people are getting real news. I'm pushing that out as well as a council member, and people I'm getting a lot of great feedback. But having a system like this in place, to avoid something where there's an accident or something going on. I know last year we had an incident near the Walmart where, those notifications would have been really good to have in real time to keep people away and safe, especially when there's an incident like that in place. So that'll be great. So just want to say thank you. Thank you for working on that. Great forward thinking.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
So when we talk about an opt-in system, I mean, I know in working with one of those systems currently, marketing those people to come in, I think that's probably some of the stuff that probably Councilmember Rick Coach has been working on too, is making sure that we don't have a system that doesn't have a whole lot of involvement or engagement. I want to be cautious in that paying for a larger system that does that is the work behind getting people to opt in is a tremendous amount of work. People don't automatically opt into those types of systems. But I also know that when it comes to critical issues throughout the county, the city also has access to the system that the Emergency Management Office for the county has to illustrate and to call out critical issues. So I would I would also address that from that standpoint when you're talking about emergency situations or critical situations to transportation because of an accident or something major that's occurring, is that I would also engage that piece from that standpoint. Because a lot of our Hazen Forum stuff that goes out through emergency management, through our Everbridge system, and also Hazen Forum is a very robust item that allows the entire region to have access to. I would get familiar with that, and I'm sure that you are, but I would acquaint that and make sure that that we're not duplicating our efforts. There might be a lot there that you could utilize in the fashion, as long as it's addressing critical situations too. The opt-in service, I know that we spend quite a bit of time on planning on trying to get citizens to opt into certain types of programs. That is a dilemma that a lot of different places have to work through, and getting them and finding them and having them come up onto the system. So I would look at the cost versus the benefit in that, and be very strategic with it, and also for the marketing to ascertain people that would be candidates for opting in to a program like that. Just some caveats and some insight, and I'm sure you're addressing all of those, Samantha. I just want to make sure that we have that discussion, a critical discussion about that kind of system.
Absolutely, that's great input. We do have a lot of assets at our disposal here in the city of Kyle, but definitely our regional partners and the assets that they bring are a value to us, and we will definitely make sure to keep those relationships productive, and as we are doing outreach, make sure that we utilize those. So thank you.
Mayor and Council, Community Development Department, that includes Building Inspection Division, the Permitting Division, Planning and Zoning Division. Howard has identified no new budget requests for next fiscal year. However, there will be some slight increases because of CPI adjustments to various line items for office supplies, for health insurance, those kinds of things. But for this department, there are no new budget request for next year.
Prevez?
Yes, sir.
Is that typical? Howard is department head. Was he not available for this presentation?
I'm here. I'm
Okay.
upstairs.
Okay. Are there going to, with regards to all the growth and everything else that we have going on, and I understand that there's been some things that you brought forward for budget consideration, there's no other needs within your department that your staff need to continue to support the direction?
I mean, right now, from a staffing standpoint, we added one more map operator who's been able to help primarily assist with internal client assistance, public works, police, engineering, being able to put maps together related to the data sets that we have for infrastructure in the city. We have not seen an increase in zonings or conditional uses, and have been able to keep up with the workload on plan reviews as they're related to new projects that have been coming in. So no, we haven't seen anything interior to the department. The only, the planning department really doesn't undertake CIP projects generally. The only thing we would ever do would be strategic plans or other types of education and outreach. Right now, it's my understanding from the direction of the council that all those things will be handled in-house. So there's no need for budget increases for any other supplies or third-party assistance. So that's everything from planning and zoning. The biggest efficiency that we were able to develop is in 2020, we've expanded the use of the automated permitting that's done through the internet, the cloud-based permitting through EnerGov and Tyler. So that has taken off a lot of the in-person need for paper shuffling in the office, where more clients are now interacting with us virtually rather than in person. And we've been able to move around the plan review process that way rather than doing it through plan sets. So that's really the biggest thing that happened to us was an efficiency and not necessarily any increase in work that wasn't able to be met with the efficiencies of our workflow. From the building side, I spoke with them. We've had positions open for building inspections. We definitely have a lot of work that happens out there. Their workload is somewhat circadian. It's not steady. Sometimes it swells, sometimes it contracts. By and large, at its lowest point of contraction, we are well suited. And in the expansion, when we would really need to have additional personnel, we've been able to use third-party contractors who have come in and been able to take over extra workload of daily inspections or particularly large plan reviews like commercial structures, warehouse structures, things that are many acres and multiple thousands of square feet and complex systems. We'll generally set that stuff out to the third party to do reviews while we concentrate more on the day-to-day inspections and plan reviews of the projects here in the city. So other than that, there's some requests for hardware, some furniture to upgrade some older things that are not working as well, but we don't have any real need for interior spaces here because we have moved as much as we can to out of the office where all the inspectors are able to plan their work through the cloud with their iPads, wake up in the morning and direct report to their exterior work. We still come into the office for administrative functions, but we can stagger them as they come through here. So we could use more staff in the building inspections division, but that has already been currently budgeted, so there doesn't need to be a revision to that. The difference from last year is that we normalized the training budget. So now the budget is on time rather than being after the fact because of the state conference. The national conference was canceled, so that money can again be reallocated to where it needs to go and doesn't need to be appropriated to P&Z council or planning staff. And yeah, that was the evaluation that I had done with my staff over the past about 6 weeks or so.
Thank you, Howard. With regards to mapping, are we talking about GIS mapping as well? And is there going to be, is there a collaboration, or is there a support role to the transition into Tyler Industries on behalf of the co-located dispatch with our own GIS person? Or are they not?
It's coming. The services available to us from EnerGov, from Tyler, are extensive. But what we're doing is bringing on added features in layers so that our personnel is able to be fluent in what it is that we do. So as we bring on more complex systems, we're able to add those without any interruption to level of service. So right now we're at permitting and planning. The integration came with the enterprise addition that was done in this budget year. Actually, we made that presentation to the council in September. There was a 3-year contract that came together. That was another step towards being able to do the integration with EnerGov and Tyler. The rest of our improvements and our continued maintenance contracts and our expansion of services and expansion of customization has been rolled into the IT budget. So they're the ones that have the purview over the invoicing and the billing and all the finances related to Tyler and EnerGov, and then they divvy up their budget by the department.
Thank you, Howard. And I guess my overall question would be whether Howard or Scott or Pervez is that are we are we attaching this as far as an overall operational cost as our participation cost to the co-location? Because I would assume that if we are doing work for the overall model of co-location, that should be integrated into our dollars in participating into this project. Is that being done from that role? And the reason why I say that is because that's very specialized work, and it costs a lot of money to get that stuff done if you didn't have that position to be there. So I just want to make sure that we're allocating and we're understanding that, hey, this is what it costs to do this, and this is part of our participation in co-location. Or does the agreement not allow us to do that in its current format?
Yeah. Councilmember, to answer your question, I think, to answer your question,
okay,
the GIS portions of and mapping portions of the co-location are being done through the police department, and so, you know, we have been working with Tyler Technologies on bringing those costs down, but the costs aren't being routed through community development.
Okay. Well, I just think if that's something critical where we can kind of reduce costs, if that's where we need to go with that particular agreement, I want to make sure that we are providing our full dollar amount into participation in that, so that we can ensure that we're being credited with what we're doing in this transitional piece. That's it. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'll jump in here real quick. So I definitely understand the consciousness of the budget and obviously the various different things that have happened over the past couple of years, and particularly this year. But you know, obviously we talked at the top of this meeting about these being everything, you know, not filtered and really presenting it out. And so I will say I saw it a bit strange that there were no even one additional budget request on this one. I definitely understand your points, Howard. I think you mentioned even in talking about the building inspection division, there were some requests about some equipment and various different things. Was there just a decision made that wasn't necessary to put on in your request?
The requests we got were minor. I mean, I had one request for a new monitor. I had another request for a new chair because her chair is just worn out. These are things that are already budgeted year on year for sundries and other type of office equipment. So they didn't rise to the level of requiring an increase for the department. And that was after, you know, a solid 6 weeks of discussion. Some of the things we're going to do is get more robust protection for the iPads that we use in the field, because drop them once and it's over. That's it, they break. So we're trying to get everything. Otter cases are nice, but they're not necessarily living up to the standard that we need. So we're going to look for things like that. But again, even the most expensive protection case for an iPad doesn't rise to more than about $150 or $200. So there wasn't anything in there that required a budget amendment or an increase.
And I might jump in there and say this year and the last year, we've really worked to bring this department up to speed. And so with the equipment, the vehicles that they've received, the additional salary line item that we've added this year to help bring in new inspectors, I think we've definitely brought it much further than where it was. And so I do think with what Howard is saying, it's in a pretty good place right now.
Yeah, I've spent at least the last 3 years. I guess I should say I've been here for 5 years, and when I first came here, my immediate answer was more staff. That's what I wanted. I saw people running around. I saw a lot of stress. I saw a lot of paper. I saw a lot of files that were going into drawers, and what I heard was that they needed more people And the first year or two that I was here, I did ask for additional full-time employees, and it wasn't in the cards. So in the absence of being able to get more staff come in, I started concentrating on efficiencies. And that's when I made a big push for Tyler and Energov for us to have a working and efficient digital solution to our permitting, which has made a number of efficiencies, specifically in the building department, but I'm starting to see dividends in the planning and zoning division as well. Automobiles, we have gotten rid of as many as possible of all the automobiles that the city owns, and we've moved to the leasing option. It's cheaper per year for maintenance. It's cheaper in acquisition, and then as they get written down, we can just move those on and get new vehicles. The big increases, honestly, were last fiscal year for the 2021. If you can go back and look at the community development and the planning and zone, or building and planning both, we had major increases in both of those last year. This year, I think the product of that is paying off. And right now we're still doing evaluations, but again, haven't found any need necessarily to go back to the well and ask for more staff, more room in which to work, or other major pieces of capital equipment.
All right. Well, thank you, Howard. I appreciate those comments. And I guess then I'll say thank you for running an efficient and tight department as far as being fiscally responsible. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thanks a lot, Howard.
Okay, next we have Diana.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So this year we are prepared to move forward with status quo as we were last year. If we can keep the same, I think even in travel, because I think the travel will pick back up for myself as the director at some point, and we'll start making those mission trips again with Opportunity Austin and some of those groups, and the marketing. We were starting, we have, as I mentioned before in a council meeting, that we met in February, just right pre-COVID, and came up with this pretty intensive plan of work for our department. So we have this really good plan of work for the department as far as like marketing and where those marketing dollars and everything were going to go. So if we can keep those as status quo as we had last year, I think we'll be okay there. The two items that we're presenting that I think are worth conversation this morning are the strategic plan for economic development is at its 5-year expiration. Happens to be interesting timing for that right now. So that's why I still wanted to present it for conversation. I'm not sure if we should jump on it and move forward right now, or if we should give COVID a little bit of time to play out, but wanted to give council the opportunity to talk and give a little bit of feedback on that. And then the other item is reclassification of the current position that is an economic development specialist that has been in the position title for 5 years. And the plan for that was when we hired the economic development coordinator position that's in this year's budget, for them to come on and then to have the specialists train them and have the two of them really work together and flesh out what those two positions would really look like and who was taking on what roles and the new responsibilities of what the specialist position was going to be moving forward, with the intent that they would really take on more of a business retention and expansion and workforce identity, as well as some other responsibilities. And that is really what has happened. The economic development coordinator started in February, again, right pre-COVID. However, we have actually done a really great job of getting her onboarded. She's a really great fit. We meet virtually all the time, constantly. And the coordinator and the specialist actually meet in person on a regular basis for training. So they've done a really great job of fleshing out who's going to take over what responsibilities and what those new positions are going to look like. And so my plan going into last year's budget was that we would go into this year's budget and reclassify her once we had that identified. And the reclassification that I am proposing is for Economic Development Program Manager, which is more of a business retention and workforce focus with some additional responsibilities as well. Questions? I have a lot more information. If you have questions, I can answer them.
Who's the current economic development specialist?
Victoria Vargas.
Gotcha.
She's been with us for 11 years, and she's been in the current title for 5 years.
Cool. Yeah, Victoria's great. Thank you.
Just another point of professional development and retention, which is a long-term thing that we need to ensure that we're addressing. Thank you for that.
So if no one else is going to jump in on the strategic plan, I will. I think, Diana, thank you for your presentation. Love the colors, by the way. I think you bring up a good discussion about the strategic plan and that we need to talk about. Obviously, you made one of the most valid points as a part of waiting to see what happens as a result of COVID-19. So I think that's something we as a council really need to maybe look at and see if that is something we want to plan on doing with this budget, or if we feel like we need to wait out a little bit longer. I'll say for myself, I can certainly see the advantage to holding out a little while. I'm not saying that I do not think, just like in the previous presentation about the comp plan, plans are important and we need to do them. And I don't think necessarily they can all be done in-house. So I will say that about that decision hasn't necessarily been made. We just didn't want to give $145,000 to that particular firm. But as far as, these plans, they are important. I'm not saying that I don't think it needs to be addressed, but particularly waiting to see how things play out this year with our revenue streams and whatnot could be an important point.
The other important point about that is, I'm not trying to talk myself out of a plan here, but it kind of, in my mind, it feels like it. But it seems like some of what we're seeing in the market is already shifting a lot. The office market is changing quite a bit. The industrial market is really booming, but the type of industrial is changing. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, as well as I almost feel like the work from home for the extended period of time that we have had may have been a plus for us in a way to be able to prove out to companies and bigger companies that they don't have to be in the heart of Austin in order to be successful. So that may help us a little bit in our quest for a little bit of office or, the shared workspace. I think shared workspace is going to start to look a little bit different because of the distancing. So I feel like there's just a lot of kind of unknowns right now that maybe in a year or so may be a little bit more solidified. And like I said, we have a really good plan of work. And I feel like we have a really good vision as well. So I think we could get through the next year without it. I just wanted to bring it up for discussion for council since it is up this year.
You brought up some really good points with regards to what COVID has done with regards to people reassessing the overall market and what's the possibilities, right? So, and what that looks like and how they, and where they need to be to ensure that they're successful in creating the revenues they need. And that has really directed a lot of opportunities to come our way. And I appreciate that assessment. It's very interesting. But kind of like a blessing in disguise, right?
Right.
If we're looking at the opportunities of what this has done, thank you for that. And I agree. If we can put this off a little bit longer just to address what overall COVID's can doing for us in the community, I think it's a good thing.
So Diana, it's Councilman Rizzo. Do you see any concerns out there about what COVID did as far as stay from home, as far as needing office space? I know we've got a lot of office space we're looking at up in the uptown and throughout the city, but I'm speaking to state employees and in the private sector as well, employees. I've noticed that some companies have thought it might be even more beneficial for them to continue this now that they've been able to implement this and not need that extra office space. Is that any kind of concern for us right now?
Well, I think that's part of why I brought that up earlier, because I think from what we're hearing from the office brokers in Austin is that their activity is down about 50%. That's a big hit. And so I think that it could go one of two ways. Either it's not going to drive office projects here, or it's going to drive more of a need, but in a different kind of a footprint. And that it will be more affordable to do here than it will be able to get that space in downtown Austin with the space requirement that they're going to need per employee. And that the shared space kind of projects will become, although they are very kind of, you'll read one day a positive story and the next day a negative story about them, right? But I think that that's going to eventually kind of have a little bit of a resurgence, because people are going to get really tired of looking at their own four walls 7 days a week. So they're going to want to get out of their own house and go work somewhere else, or just to get a break from their house. So I think that, like I said, that could go one of two ways. We just need to see how it's going to play out. But I think for Austin, downtown Austin, definitely going to look different as far as the Austin market.
I can tell you right now, traffic is still down, so that tells me more people are still working from home. It's picked up in the last 2 weeks driving into Austin, but really traffic's still down. So I know that's a plus where it comes to our highways. But I'm glad you mentioned that, getting tired of the four walls, because I know I was home for a couple of months and I got tired of my four walls. I started working on projects around the house. So yeah, most definitely. I was glad to get back to work. But I'll tell you right now that, that I guess that's the only concern I had. But I'm thinking we've got a good plan. So thank you.
Okay, next, engineering, Leon.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Leon Barber, City Engineer. The one item that we have there, the first item, of course, is for that engineering position that would be supporting Public Works. They'll be preparing the rehabilitation plans and reconstruction plans that Public Works will need to go ahead and do their improvements on the roads they're going to be working on. I just had a brainstorm this morning and thinking about this. One of the things I had thinking about asking council for was to maybe do another pavement assessment on our streets. But we purchased software for a pavement management system several years ago. It's called Street Saver, and we really haven't used it because we just didn't have the staffing or time to work on it. But I think this is one thing that this new position would be able to do, is to not only assist Public Works for those projects, but they'll be working with them closely, obviously. So maybe next year we could look at doing another assessment on our streets and using that software that we've got. And this engineer would be critical in coordinating, all the conditions of our streets, not only our pavement maintenance, but the reconstruction as we go through those projects over the next few years. So that's what that position would do. Second position that I'm looking at is Jeff Prado started with us back in July of 2018. He was an engineer in training. He hadn't gotten his PE license at that time. We knew that he was preparing to get his license. He was taking the test and getting his engineering support. He has to get recommendations from several engineers. So he put that all together. So in July of 2019, he did get registered as a professional engineer. Typically, organizations have procedures in place where once they get become a professional engineer, they get automatically reclassified, but that obviously didn't happen. So we're requesting reclassification to take him from an engineer associate to an engineer position. On the third one, we're looking at trying to create a master plan for our city's reclaimed water system. This would be our third utility, so to speak. It would be for our looking at some proposed improvements that we need to make and some recommendations of how we can start creating this reclaimed water system that we're actually building pieces and parts of it now as we speak. And that's what that would fund. And those are the three recommendations.
Council, oh, yes, ma'am.
Leon, so the engineer position for the support, Public Works, that would be the one coming out of the general fund, correct? Not the
Yes,
water
Councilmember,
fund?
that's correct.
Okay. And then the number 2 person, is that the engineering associate? Is that the one who's would be going to the engineer position, or is, because you've already got you've got the city under the general fund, you've got, of course, yourself, and you've got the engineer, you've got 2 engineer 1 positions and a project manager. So where is that engineer and training position?
This is Jeff Prado. He's currently spread out among several funding organization classes. He's our in-house engineer that we have. He's already here with us. Is that
Right.
what you're asking?
Well,
Yes.
I guess
He's
I
already
was
here.
just trying to see where he was classified in the approved positions from from this year's approved budget.
Councilmember, that position is allocated between water and sewer utility
Okay, thank you.
and the storm drainage.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And Council, I did send the reclaimed water utility map to you via email. So it's not built out, but you can see in the map with the portions that have been built so far and those that are either under design or planned.
You mean the purple pipe?
Yes, purple
Okay.
pipe. Yes, ma'am. So that $150,000 engineering plan will basically develop out that utility.
So that's what the 150 is for?
Yes.
Is for the implementation, laying all the pipe down?
It's basically to see where we need pumps, make sure the pumps are adequately sized, see where storage tanks are needed, make sure that we're getting to all of our HOAs that have purple pipe and want to be part of the system, and then they'll do a rate study to let us know what to charge per gallon.
So Councilmember, that 150 will not cover any infrastructure costs?
No,
Just the
the
master
study.
plan?
The plan itself.
Yes, sir.
I'll jump in. So I guess the comments I wanted to make were, Scott, earlier you made a sports reference to us going to big leagues when we were talking about the roads and various things as far as infrastructure in our city and advancing these capital improvement projects and some of the things that we could potentially move in-house. And this was something I was thinking about earlier, and that's why I wanted you to continue into the presentation. I was looking forward to our engineering department because we do need to be big league in many ways for our growing city, and that starts with the infrastructure, and that's why there is, I've been enjoying this presentation. Clearly, staff has been listening to council priorities and it's all over the place in the various budgets in these departments. And so I appreciate that. But do we think that, and I want, honest feedback, and I'm certainly not leading in any way, I hope not, but as far as the engineering need for a lot of these projects, do we feel like one is enough? And I do see now with this part of the presentation, taking one engineer in training who probably didn't have as large of a workload to now having a full workload, and you have here with support costs. I just wanted to have you elaborate on that, Scott and Leon, and perhaps even Harper, as far as meeting those engineering needs that we have for our city if we're going to be doing a lot of these things in-house.
I'll take a first stab, I guess. Councilmember, 5 years ago, we had one engineer on staff, and that was Leon. We had Joanne, who was brought in basically to oversee the road bond projects. Her position was very temporary, and we relied a lot on outside engineers, basically for all of our projects. We did not have master plans that we were really following. The transportation master plan, yes, but we didn't have our models for our water and our wastewater utility. Stormwater model wasn't done. Today, we have multiple individuals in that department. Joanne was made full-time. We have Jeff Prado, who was an engineer in training, is now got his professional engineer's license. We have Kathy Raker over stormwater. We have Yvonne over the wastewater treatment plant construction. So we're really rounding out, and we have Kashav, who's really on storm drainage. So we've got our engineers that are really being dedicated to certain aspects of development through the city. But one area that we are still somewhat light is on the transportation. Joanne is really good and has done a great job with the large road bond projects. She has multiple projects on her plate still as we go. But where we were lacking in the department was someone that could actually sit down with CAD and design a roadway, not just on the project management side, which again, Joanne does a great job, but on the design side. So this position would help us look at our upcoming CIP road projects and be designing those, and then probably would shift those, once Public Works got involved, we would shift some of that then oversight with the project management over to Joanne. So I do think that this last position here, and I say last because it kind of rounds out our current service delivery level, I think this helps us stay, again, one step ahead of our street construction crew. But I don't envision adding to this until we really get in and see how well this position's going to work with the street construction crew. So Leon and Harper, anything to add on that?
I'd like to add a little bit. There's particular intersections in the city that I really wish we had the time and to work on them and making some improvements. And Harper and I have talked about several of the intersections, and it's not as simple as just taking out 20 feet of the street and putting it back in. You're going to have to. There's one intersection I'm thinking in my mind that off of Spring Branch that we're going to have to redo that intersection and take out several hundred feet of roadway and intersection. But we also have ADA to worry about, so we need to make sure we stay in compliance with ADA. But it's going to take some surveying. It's going to take somebody to work with detailed information to try to make sure the grades work and to improve the intersection. There's another intersection off of Kyle Parkway that they're driving over the curb corner. It's not the radius is too tight there, and but now I've got ADA issues there. Once I touch it, I got to make sure we maintain ADA. So it has to be designed. So there's little areas in town throughout the city that we could once we're doing this. Say we complete a street rehab project that's ready for Harper's construction crew to hit. there's plenty of work out there for us to look at that we can make, where we can make some improvements, and they're not cheap either. There's going to be a cost, but we can get the engineering done. Surveying, we'd have to still contract the surveying out probably, but we'd have to get the design done so we could have it ready for Harper, and we could have a nice long list of projects for Harper to work on. I'm sure he's happy about that. But there's so many things that we could do with this position. But I'm really anxious to try to see if we can also implement the pavement management system. We have not implemented the pavement management system like we need to, and we need to do that. So that's hopefully one of the second goals in this position coming in, is to take care of that.
Leon, I've got a couple thoughts on that real quick. I'm sorry, did I interrupt someone?
Well,
it's okay, Mayor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, to clear up my point, was I want to make sure this department has what it needs, and to, you know, so that was just my point. And thank you for giving your honest feedback and assessment of that, because, you know, one of the things that have been clear to all of us on council and our surveys are, you know, our infrastructure projects and roads and things that people use constantly. And engineering is a big part of that. And I just want to make sure that we have what we need as far as that department. So thank you, Mayor.
Real quick, Mayor, before you start, the point that I would like to illustrate with an analogy is the fact is that at this point in the stage of projects, this is where you measure multiple times, so you only cut once. And you're looking at ideas and projects that we can save up front by making sure that we're doing them right out of the gate. And I think that's an important piece that really to really illustrate, and then why we're making a more robust direction for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just going to say that I think it's clear why we need this position when you take it into consideration with the stagecoach reprioritization of those funds to beef up our streets department. My concern is, and I think you kind of addressed it just there, Leon, talking about the function. Because if we're going on a big CIP project, one of the benefits to hiring an engineering firm to do the engineering is that it's not just one person. It's an entire firm. And I have a slight hesitation thinking that if we have an in-house engineer, that we will put that person under such stress trying to do all of these projects that they will get overwhelmed and will actually become even more backlogged. And I'm thinking about, for example, we at one point we brought an attorney in-house, and someone who was just on staff as an attorney for the city of Kyle. And there's definitely downsides to that, because we're trying to run a lot of things through a single individual, and that individual is taking up a lot of resources. And so we don't necessarily, as a city, feel comfortable going out into the private marketplace to get legal help because, hey, we have this in-house attorney. But there's just some benefits to being able to contract things out. So can you speak to specifically how you see that dynamic playing out to make sure that we're using the in-house engineer the right way and not actually seeing projects slow down, but speed up? That was a question. Can you comment on that a little bit as to your thinking?
What I envision, Mayor, is that, for example, on Center and Osage Coach, all the surveying's been done. We have that information that we could ask our consultant to provide to us. So whoever we select for that position is already going to have a running start on preparing plans. I don't envision a lot of new curb and gutter. We're going to stay within the limits of what we have and within the curbing that we have. And so what they're going to prepare is a set of plans showing Harper and his crew, in this area, you need to take it out 2 feet deep because of the soils that we have here. Over here, you could do just a mill and overlay, or you only need to go down 4 inches. And over here, we have a culvert that we really need to upsize and we need to extend it. So that's what I envision is going to be a plan view of this project showing, and in some places we'll need some side views or whatever, but I envision a rehabilitation plan that's going to be prepared by this engineer. They will have the support of Joanne. She's very knowledgeable about with street projects, obviously with her experience with TxDOT. I have a lot of experience with street projects, so they will have our support, of course, as we prepare these projects. One of the good things is we don't have to prepare the project manuals that go along and all the bid items. We can get some rough quantities. So that's going to save us the time. We don't have to do the bidding. We don't have to do the advertising and go through all that process. And as changes need to be made in the field, Harper finds that there's crew find issues out there that need to be addressed. We're here to help address them quickly. Right now, we'll have to go back to the consultant. We'll have to get into revised plans. We have to pay for that. And this way, we'll be doing that in-house. We can make those changes. And we have a PE, so they'll be responsible for making those changes and standing behind their design. So that's why I think it's a really good move to have the support of a course on this. Because if we tried to hire somebody to do this for us, there is a cost, of course, and all the overhead that you have to pay, but we can respond a lot quickly. And plus, it's also learning for us. We learn as we do these projects. That's one good thing about it is we may have an idea on how to build it, and then we're going to depend on Harper and his staff to say, no, you really ought to do it this way. We think this is a better way. So that it's learning experience for both of us. That's why I really think it's going to be a great thing for us to be able to do this in-house. I don't know if that helped you with an answer or not. Now, the only thing, again, we can't do is a surveying, but on the other projects that we have, I'm thinking that we could probably, we have access to, it's called NearMap. We have, it's really good current presentation, like almost similar to Google, and we may be able to take that information and use that. And where we do have to have a little bit of surveying, then we can do the surveying if we need it. So we plan to use those maps from there to draw our plans on those. So that's my plan right now on how we're going to handle the other roads where we don't have a lot of survey data. Now, we may need environmental, we may need to have some corings done, for example, but we have a rotation list for the testing labs or geotechs to provide us testing if we need that. So we have that available to us. That's where we would have to pay for that kind of services. Does that help?
Yeah, and your thoughts too, Harper?
Mayor, I think I think it's a good idea to have the in-house to work with us. I thought that was a great question you asked because, for example, some projects in the past, we're ready to go that year, but by the time the engineering final is done and complete, we're not able to activate it until the following year. So that's a great question. I'm hoping that in-house will be able to hopefully make those a little quicker. I foresee Scott Egbert and his staff providing them with much of the information that they'll then take that information that they get and put it into the plan set. So I think it's going to really consist of us working together for a solution, working together to a good, quick solution.
Now, do you both see this position as almost exclusively focusing on the streets division projects that you're working on, Harper, or do you see this position getting passed around to review and analyze other plans and maybe is there some balance there, or do you think there's enough work for this position to pretty much focus on the CIPs that you're working on from the streets division?
Well, if you're asking me, yes, I hope that they would stay with us. Yes, sir.
Leon?
If we get pulled off by upper level, then we have to get pulled off. But my intent is to keep them with the street construction 99% of the time.
Okay.
Appreciate the honesty. Thank you, guys. We want to understand that. Thank you.
And
no further questions.
And this is another example of where we're going to need additional space. We basically have maximized the cubicles and the closets and everything else in the engineering wing. So we'll bring this position in and find a way to co-locate the space, but it's going to be tight.
All right, Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Leon, just because in the budget, your department is one of those interesting departments where it's spread all through the different positions. So I just want to clarify, of course, we have one city engineer. How many engineer ones do we have currently?
We have one, Joanne, we have Kushav, we have Jeff, well, that'll be Jeff, and that's all we have at this point.
For
in time.
engineer ones. And who is the
Yes.
project manager?
That'll be Yvonne,
Okay. And then engineering associate?
none.
None, okay. And then, of course, Kathy Raker is,
Yes, yes.
Stormwater MS4.
right, is she, okay, but she's in the engineering department?
Yes,
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to kind of get those numbers in one area for me, because they're spread out throughout the budget. So, thank you.
You bet. Okay. Thanks for the great questions. Let's move to slide 20, which is Pervez.
So Mayor Pro Tem, council members, for the record, this is Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. The Financial Services Department, which includes 3 major divisions, Budget and Accounting Division, the Municipal Court Division, and Utility Billing Division. When I first started thinking about the 2021 budget, not only citywide budget, but also for the department, at that point in early to mid-February, I was definitely going to request 2 new positions, and I was on the bubble for a 3rd one. And these 2 new positions would be one for the utility billing area, excuse me, and one for the court, municipal court. Then COVID happened in March, early March. While COVID was bad for everything, it did have some positive side to it. It forced us to think differently. It forced us to strategize how best to use technology. And we did that. For the last 3.5 months, we didn't miss a beat in terms of providing services to our customers at the same level, if not better, with the use of technology. We found new ways to use technology, existing technology. We didn't buy any new technology. For court, for utility billing, for budget and accounting division. So we implemented new ways to do business. Our customers are getting accustomed to using technology now more so than before. They're accessing our services online more so than before. Since we've only tried this for 3.5, 4 months, I wanted to implement those strategies on a permanent basis next year and fully implement those, test those out, evaluate next year how we can improve our services more efficiently and better with the same budget. So what I'm proposing to council is, rather than asking for those new 2 positions next budget year, for council and city manager to allow me to evaluate the new strategies we have come up with, the new uses of technology we have come up with, to implement those and test those out for the entire fiscal year next year. And if we still need new positions, we'll come back to council in 2022. But I think from where we stand today, I think we're going to be good. We'll be able to manage what we have on our plate next year. And then I also wanted to share with council that we've been holding the line with our third-party contracts. We have, even in finance, we have contracts with bond counsel, we have contracts with copying companies, we have contracts with office suppliers, we have contracts with auditors. We're holding the line on all of those third-party contracts. And lastly, I've shared this with council before, we're limited in space, very much so on the first floor at City Hall. So we're looking at how best we can utilize the space along with technology. So it'll give me more time and to examine and reevaluate how we do business. And I think next year we'll do that with the entire team. And if we still need more resources, we'll ask council in 2022. We will, however, have some consumer price index-based increases in fuel, in postage, in copying, those types of support costs. But on the large ticket items, I think we can push the technology more, and I would like to try that out next fiscal year. And that's all I had to share with y'all. Be happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
I just want to share, I'm glad that we're leaning this way. One reason why is we don't know where COVID's going to be. We still have so many uncertainties about what whether we're going to have a resurgence, once fall comes in or what. We've already seen a big spike right now, but I think it would keep staff safe if we utilize more of our online. But one of the things I'd like to see also, making sure the system is simplified enough to where people who are not familiar with technology can start, using it. So that's one of the things I get feedback from the community sometimes. And I know we've done a lot with our, city website as far as, the new system is working better, and that's great. I'm glad it's working great, but just making sure we keep it simple. But yeah, thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you for really thinking this outside the box as far as, how we can streamline, and keep everyone safe. But that's great. Thank you. And I'm all for your plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have some. In 1998, I worked for a small little company called Apple Computer. And one of the big things that they were talking back then was technology is going to be the wave of the future. Get ready. And a lot of people back then didn't really understand what wireless computers were, and laptops, and iMac computers, and so forth. So now seeing how it comes around, especially with this COVID thing, situation we had, pandemic, how the technology with our city really benefited the residents. And it's just amazing how, again, your department was able to keep up with the demands while we were in a major shutdown. And you bring up some good points about using the technology for your future, for this place, for the city. And I think once the residents get more adapted to it, which I think they are, because a lot of people use apps, a lot of people you have iPhones and so forth, it's going to really benefit them later on, because you want to make their lives a lot easier. You want to make their you want to be able to provide services that are very accessible, and everybody has a cell phone in their hand right now. And by utilizing those services, paying online, getting the information they need, it's really going to benefit even more in the future. So I applaud you for that, and I really support that initiative to continue to use the technology that we have and push it forward and get people more online, more updated with the services that we have here in the city of Kyle. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir.
I guess I got a question for Scott real quick before.
Sure.
So I know we've got the online services because I utilize them, but do we have an app for City of Kyle Water? Is there an app out there?
So that's a great question. We will be talking about our municipal app that we have already developed but have not released yet. So that app will have utility bill information on it and information about hopefully an upcoming transportation program we're going to roll out. So it's basically developed, ready to go. We're basically in the beta test process now, so that is forthcoming.
Thank you, Scott.
You bet. Okay, let's move to.
Finance department's not asking for more money. That's a good thing.
It all went to Public Works this year.
I would say too, Pervez, man, you crack me up, man. Your presentations are always great. I appreciate you, but even when you're giving good news, I feel like you're about to give me some bad news.
Thank you, council member.
I guess. All right. Sandra, Human Resource.
Mayor, City Council members, Sandra Duran, Director of Human Resources for the record. My presentation includes a lot of technology as well. We have on the number 1 line item is ExecuTime, which is a recording system. So we have about 50 employees that are salaried. And right now they have to fill out a spreadsheet to report their time to finance. So then finance can key in that information to the payroll system. So that is just a long process, and we want to stream that now that we have Tyler, we have Encode for finance. This is a product from Tyler, and it will communicate directly with Tyler. So now the salary employee can log in with their phone or online and have those hours in there that will go directly to the payroll system. If they are requesting any time off, instead of having to fill out a document, either electronically or by hand and sending it to their supervisor, they will now be able to do this through this process as well. So it makes it very easy. It will drastically reduce paperwork and time dealing with request time off forms, handling timesheets, and the approval process will be expedited. The second line item is Lighthouse. And this is a reporting hotline. This was proposed on the previous budget for the year that we're on right now and didn't make it. So I'm putting it in again. I think it is a system that we can hold each other accountable. It is a system that all employees will be able to use, and it doesn't cost that much. It's $600 a year. It's based on the number of employees, but it's an anonymous hotline. It's risk-free way for our employees to freely report unethical or illegal activity. It is a best practice which allows us to monitor our business through the eyes of our employees, to identify potential harmful issues early on and unacceptable behavior. We can meet regulatory compliance obligations easily, mitigate business risks, and open the lines of communication with reports who want to remain anonymous. So this is great to identify criminal misconduct, ethics and compliance, financial issues, harassment and hostility, HR issues, breaches of privacy and security, and any safety issues. This will be accessible to employees on their mobile phone, on their computer. It's toll-free access. It's 24/7, 365 days. There's web reporting that we can access the information, email, fax, everything is accessible. There is the people that intake the call, they can speak any language. So English and Spanish will for sure be covered in there. Allows reporters to reconnect with the hotline anonymously. So if somebody puts in a claim or an issue, then they can call them back with additional questions. So there will be the intermediate person that management will be contacting to get more information. Using an independent third-party provider allows employees to feel confident that they will not be, they'll be respected and not retaliated against. It reinforces good governance and allows us to administer reports with an online case management system. And the third item is our new employee onboarding, and it's also an offboarding system that includes e-form systems. What this is it will create lower turnover because we have an effective onboarding system. Studies show that 29% of turnover will go down because of this. It is easy to bring somebody online, show them good visuals, videos. They get to go through checklists of what their position entails, to see their job description, to meet who their trainer is. There'll be training checklists. But this will streamline new hire paperwork and processes and training, handles pre-boarding and off-boarding checklists. So that way the supervisor will be able to give this checklist to either the trainer and to the new employee and go through the process to make sure they fully understand their role. They could be 30, 60, 90-day checklists. And that way it'll help them improve their chances to be able to meet their probationary period. The e-forms are basically forms that we can create online. There is a library already on there. So anytime a department needs a certain form that can be tailored to that department, it can be created and it can be a part of this onboarding system. And number 4 is a Civil Service Promotional Assessment Center. As you know, we are civil service with our police department. And part of that is any classification above police officer, which right now we have sergeant and lieutenant. Those positions to be tested, go through an assessment center. The assessment center can be very lengthy. They do a written exam, and then if they move forward, they will go to an assessment center that's composed of other employees from other departments, other leadership that assess them. And so we need a third party company to come in and run the process so that it's not us doing it. This includes the 2 different positions. So this includes for the sergeant and the lieutenant. If we test once a year, then it'll be about $20,000 each one. And then last but not least is the implementation of the 2020 Parity Compensation Study. If you recall, last year in 2019, we did a compensation study. We were directed by City Council to compare with San Marcos, Schertz, and Leander based on the number of population and similarities between the cities. And in the comparison, we included Kyle in there. And so we compared every single position. And you know, the total was almost $500,000. Of course, we couldn't do that all in one bulk. So we had talked about doing it in 3 different phases. So last year, City Council budgeted $150,000. And so this year would be the next phase of another $150,000 and then another $150,000 for the year after that in 2022. And so that brings the total request from the Human Resources Department for citywide implementation to $213,785. Any questions?
Yes, Sandra, it's Councilman Rizzo. I have one question. It's on line item number 2, the hotline system. I think it's a great system. I think it worked, but one of the things I want to point out is to make sure we have a system in place also.
I'm not hearing anything.
Hello?
Could be.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, give me 1 second. Showing my internet's unstable. You can try again. Sorry.
Okay, line item number 2.
Okay.
I want to clarify something on system. I think it's a great system for reporting things, but also want to make sure we have a system in place for an employee that has been, I would say, reported, to make sure that, he has a way of, protesting anything that's set against him, on the system. One reason why I know I've seen this at the state level where an employee is just disgruntled with another employee and makes something up and reports it. I just want to make sure that the other employee has a chance to, clarify whether he did the wrongdoing or didn't, It's something I would like to see in place with that system because, not everybody always gets along and sometimes somebody will make false accusations, just making sure we have that, but I think it'd be a good system.
Mr. Rand, it's Councilman Tobias. I have a question referencing line item number 1. So currently, right now, you have timesheets that are just paper. They have to fill out on a Excel spreadsheet for your timesheets for everybody, for all the employees? Okay.
Just for the salary employees, the hourly employees, they clock in, and so it goes straight to the system.
Oh, okay, so they have to clock in. All right. I was just kind of curious to know, because I know with our county, we have ESS employees system database, and it is very, very easy to log in with your own password, and you can actually calculate your hours, and you also could adjust specific numbers assigned to whether it's hours worked, vacation day, sick day, comp day. Let's say, for example, if you designed it to where it would have like COVID working from home, the hours that you add on there, and then you can add like a little brief description of like where you were or something like that. And it could be automatically done, and the supervisor could pull it up and match any kind of emails or any kind of clarification, especially for training. If you have a specific training that you're attending, and if it goes out of a certain fund, you can, or a certain group, you can be able to highlight it there. So I think that's a great idea that we look into that recording system, because it would make it a lot easier for everybody, I think, to be able to utilize that for not only maybe salaried, but also hourly employees as well, to be able to be online. It could also maybe give a breakdown of the vacation hours that's left, time permitting, and so forth, and it's all done in real time. Is that one of the systems that you're looking at that would have those capabilities?
Yes, definitely. It has all those capabilities. It's tied to the employee self-service.
Okay.
So it's going to be very easy to manage. And I'm excited if we do end up using this. The other thing is that this number 9607 includes the implementation fee.
Okay.
So even after that, it'll be less. It's just the first time trying to implement it. That adds some cost to it.
Okay. And one last question, item number 4. So the civil service promotion would be a third party, correct? Somebody outside of the department to do the assessment. Would this also be utilized for boarding for the promotion process as well, besides the testing? Like you have your test, and then if they get a certain higher number on the test to go for the board, would this third party be the ones conducting the board itself?
They don't go through a board. Oh, well, if you want to consider the people that will be participating from other police departments, they're in a leadership role, they will be bringing those people in, and they will be our interview board.
Okay.
So yes, it includes that.
The process.
If I can refer to Chief, because he's been working with the vendor, I'm not sure if it includes travel expenses. Do you know, Chief?
I do. The current contract that's under consideration that we'll be bringing to council in either next week or in 2 weeks. I'm not sure if it made the cut this time. It does include travel. There may be some additional small expenses for assessors. If we were able to locate local assessors from police departments, then there may be very minimal cost. If we have to go a little further out to get qualified assessors to participate, then we might have some overnight hotel costs, but that'll be minimal. In regards to our promotional process for lieutenant and sergeants that we're talking about, it's a 60-40 split on the score. They have a written exam. That written exam counts for 40% of their overall test or their overall score. And the assessment center, which will have a variety of different processes, could be an in-basket, could be a presentation, could be a shift briefing, could be an employee consultation, things in which they're scored. That will count for 60% of their overall score, and then they'll be ranked accordingly.
Okay. That's good. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
They'll be able to add their seniority points.
Okay, they'll be able to, like the FTO status and years of service and so forth. Okay, education, background, and so forth. Cool. Thank you.
Just the years of service.
Yes, ma'am.
And Sandra?
So this is Councilmember Villalobos. I got a couple of different questions. On the review process for the timekeeping for executive level, who's going to be the ultimate person that will verify the times and make sure that those are being addressed, just so we have some oversight? Who's doing that?
It will continue being their direct supervisor.
Okay. So that's Scott?
Yes, sir.
When we're talking about executive team? Okay.
No, not necessarily. So for Scott, it would be, of course, me, Pervez, anybody that reports directly to Scott. The other ones would report to James and Jerry. And then we also have salary people that report to other directors. For example, you have Jane, Andy, and Martha that report to Pervez.
Understood. Thank you. Just want to make sure that we're considering the oversight piece at the executive level. The other is that regards to number 2, is that when the overall operational plan puts in place on how they're bringing in complaints, are we still ensuring that they're being directed towards their direct supervisor in situations where they have not discussed the issue with them? And I know that there are times where you have to go around that in very specific situations, but I want to make sure that the system doesn't leave the direct supervisors and executive team in an island with regards to reporting. Because a lot of times we'll find ourselves, when you have a reporting system, that there's no communication. I want to make sure that the supervisors are communicated to so they can have a learning process and they're able to evaluate what they're doing and what they can do better at addressing the relationship with that particular employee. I've seen in the past, especially in state offices, that if you provide that out, and if you don't have a plan in place that directs that employee back to the supervisor for some of the things that should be handled at that level, or at least provided the opportunity to be handled at the level, that it can create an issue of communication where, it's lost, and we're not putting them at their highest probability of success to address the issue. So are we ensuring that that's going to take place? And I just think it's important that we address that from that standpoint. The other
Levels, just
Yeah.
to answer your question right quick on that one, we would
Sure.
follow the grievance process. On the grievance process, it says to go to your immediate supervisor. If the problem is with your immediate supervisor or you are not happy with how they handled that, then it would go to the director, and then HR, and then city manager. It'll be similar to that, where it will include everybody that is involved.
Awesome. Thank you. And then on final note, with regards to the civil service program, I just want to make sure that when you guys have been talking about this and having third parties come in and assessment, I think this is also maybe a question for Chief and you too, Sandra, is that how are we ensuring that the city is critically engaged in that piece? Because in civil service, sometimes we can lose the messaging on what is required to be working in our city and the things and the needs that our city needs. And I don't want to lose that attachment. I understand why we do civil service in many different aspects, but I also don't want to lose the idea that our people are there to ensure that these people are fitting within our culture, within our community, and the needs of our community. So what is ensuring that piece?
That's a great question. So part of the cost that you see here today include a job assessment and then doing exactly what you were talking about, ensuring the values that we have end up in the assessment center process. So, and then we're also involved in the selection of which processes they will use, which specific assessment center test isn't the right word, but assessment center processes that will take place, exercises. We get to choose which ones, and we get to help mold those to ensure that our values are incorporated in the selections.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Yes, sir.
And then on the fifth piece, our first phase of the compensation study was what classification? Can you remind me on that, Mrs. Duran?
Where did the 150 go?
Yeah, what area of study what area in our city that we study on the first round?
I did the entire citywide. And
Okay.
so I went with the biggest disparity, and then I'm moving down.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what the numbers are going to show for 2020. So we'll look at that.
And so on this particular piece, you're looking at non-sworn positions, right?
Correct.
And will that include the dispatchers?
Yeah, so the dispatchers, their initial starting pay was $16.43, and we moved them this year to $18 starting pay. But we're
Okay.
still not up to par because I ran out of money. But Hayes County and San Marcos are about $2 more than what we're offering. So that's who are we competing with.
Understood. And I guess my question then is that how do we incorporate that into the co-location and the overall plan for that, just to make sure that we're addressing that? Does that mean we automatically are forced to provide that pay scale? And what about the competing interests on that in a co-location?
If I understood Chief correctly, because he's the one that's in those meetings, is that we would have to compare to what Hayes County is paying, and they have a new pay grade system that is different.
What we had done is internally with staff and in our verbal agreements with the county as part of our partnership would be that we would all work towards pay parity to avoid seat jumping between dispatchers and to
Right.
harmonious working relationship. So we do anticipate moving in. You're going to get, I'll get a little update on my section today, but we anticipate moving in sometime between September and November this fall into the co-located center.
And our commitment with regards to that is an increase to balance the pay parity, or does that, how do we incorporate that? What's the plan to incorporate those dollars into that? Is that part of your presentation, Chief?
No, sir. It's. I mean, I'm going to talk about it, the staffing, but not necessarily salaries. The salaries are what Sandra is trying to address with the allotment of funds that she's been given to HR.
Okay. Is that a mandate via the agreement with the co-location, or is that something that we committed to comply or have a plan to get to that point? I guess that.
Yes, sir. It's the latter. It's not a written agreement that we have.
Okay.
That's a must.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Sandra?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I want to speak to line item number 1 there. So this time recording system, so with the salaried employees, and I just want to make sure, so they will be able to document if they are working in this capacity versus this capacity versus this capacity, correct? So that it could be, so that Perez can actually go in and say, okay, this actually needs to go to the water fund, this needs to go to the general fund, this time needs to go to this fund, correct?
Well, the salaries are already broken that way, so you don't have to do that. That's already implemented in the system. This is more of request time off and being able to report your time, making sure that you are working, your 40 hours. And if you're not working your 40 hours, how are you substituting that with accrued leave? Are you doing sick leave, vacation, holiday? And it's being able for the supervisor to monitor that as well, and then be able to approve or disapprove everything online, and it instant messages the director.
Okay, I mean, that's still very important, so yes, I just know that when, somebody works for different departments and they have to track that time, it gets really, really difficult. The other one is on number 3. So one of the things I like about this system is, with you having those forms just readily available to the supervisors and or the trainers, then that allows for a complete employee file. And to make sure that everything is there for any audits or anything later on, instead of missing a form because they missed a sheet of paper versus going through e-forms and such. So I really like the idea of the onboarding system as well. So thank you for that as well. Thank you.
This will also help us tremendously with, now that we're going through COVID, it's hard to do onboarding and trying to stay our distance and, handling paperwork here and there. So this would also streamline that piece.
Yeah, I understand. As somebody who's going to be starting a new employee tonight, as a matter of fact, and having to go through all of the paperwork of starting them going, yeah, I get to do that tonight. So thank you. So yes, that is a lot more helpful instead of having to print up a whole bunch of forms. So thanks.
And this, of course, new council members will be included in this new onboarding process. So I can see also adding all the information that a new council member will need to be successful in their role.
That's great. That's a great addition.
All right, I'm going to move us along here to 22. IT, Matt.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Anybody? Okay, cool. I'm dialing in from the meeting. So I'd like to start off by just talking about the department in general. A lot of times the IT department kind of is in the shadows and people don't think about us until stuff breaks. Because I'd like to give kudos to my department and my staff because they've really knocked it out of the park. It's been evident during COVID for me personally. There was a lot of sleepless nights going into COVID of just concerns, but seeing how my team operated and the technology, I'm super proud. I'm also proud of this. This is my third budget I've been a part of. We've reduced the budget every year. I'm all about being lean and mean. Moving into this budget, we're very much just status quo because we've really tackled a lot of the issues over the last several years where we had a lot of deficiencies. And a lot of that's thanks to my team, but also council and the leadership and finance to really help us get us here because it seems like the city really does make technology a priority, which is awesome because I've been a part of a lot of organizations that is not the case. Touching on kind of one of the common themes is just, and council member Bill Lobos brought up earlier, is just space. We're out of space across the city for staff and just storage, and the IT department's no different. Right now, for those who don't know, we are kind of set up in what we call our little IT shack, which is pretty much a shack that's in the middle of the public works yard. Back in the day, this was used to store equipment, lawn equipment, and this was well before my time. And since then, we've kind of outgrown it. Ultimately, it's in a horrible spot for us because most of the buildings we support and people are more downtown. It's also just in the middle next to a dirt pile with big tractors going around. Our cars are constantly dirty. It's next to the signage department, so constantly getting nails and tires. But a lot of this was initiated because Harper also needs space. There was talks that the SCADA guys need to another office as well. And so it made sense to me to say, well, they can hopefully utilize this space and we can move somewhere else. So what I'm asking for here, this is actually a 2-year term. So it can all be paid up front or split up between 2 years. But it's for a trailer that's actually identical to what the Parks Department has currently on site out there. Right now, working with Harper, we were discussing about the option of putting this actually under the water tower downtown. So it would be kind of discreet and placed away, but easy to hook up utilities and to be very convenient for us. And like I said, hopefully, this is a temporary solution with, the city's new initiatives and buildings and utilizing existing buildings differently in the future, that hopefully it is just temporary. So if you guys have any questions for me, I appreciate it.
Matt, I want to say that you're right. You're spot on where people don't recognize the glue that kind of binds an organization. And a lot of what we have seen, even through all their presentations, is that I guess your list continues to grow with regards to projects coming forward. Some of those have been projects that you guys have been working on already, but they're culminating into something else. And it's been an awesome experience to be able to be a part of that and then also utilize what you guys have put together for us to operate as council members. So tremendous amount of work. And yes, you do need to have that space to be able to service all the different needs. So I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate what you've done, and not very many words, but through a whole lot of actions. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Matt,
I would.
just real quick,
I know that the other
I just
council
want
members are
to,
gonna want to jump in on this, so I'm gonna go ahead and talk right now, and, but just say really quickly that I am so proud of your department and your staff. You really proved your value, going into this. And we knew it was important, but you've proven how important IT is. Thank you and your staff for all the hard work. You guys have really just done an amazing job, beyond expectations. And when it comes to our core values, the leading edge, I really believe that this department is setting the tone for what that leading edge means, from an IT technology standpoint. So thank you so much, and I'll just yield the floor to the rest of the council who wants to talk about this.
I just want to add
I
to,
concur.
go for it. Yeah, I just want to add to the Mayor Pro Tem's comments. Matt, your department literally kept the city running, and I want to thank you for your hard work and your foresight on being able to implement, the meetings, everything that go with it. I mean, you did a great job. My next question is for Harper. Harper, on the building that we've got proposed, the trailer, did we find out if that trailer would fit in the location we're thinking about?
Yeah, I met, if Harper jumps on here, I met with Harper actually a couple days ago on site, and we walked it out. And we feel confident we can put it in there. Ultimately, if we move forward with this, we'll meet with the trailer company and really do a site survey of, we can make sure we can get it in there and stuff. But I met with Harper and Warren, and we seem happy with it.
So I'd also like to add on that trailer that you got proposed, make sure we put in the right security there as far as the doors, cameras, everything, to make sure every piece of equipment we got in there is well protected, because there's a lot of crucial information that'll be going through the server. So if we could make sure we beef up the security around that and everything.
Yeah, part of this figure here actually has kind of the higher package of locks. And it's also, right now, we're talking about being inside the fence, so it'll actually be barbed wired fence. So you probably can't get more secure than where we're moving to.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. I yield the floor.
So it's a 2-year term in hopes that we find some more space here within that time frame.
I just want to briefly note Matt changing the camera angles while giving a presentation at a hybrid meeting with people present at the meeting, speaking to folks virtually all over the region and broadcasting that live to the public. I don't think you need to make a case for your value, Matt. I think you're demonstrating it. I yield the floor.
Well, I will second everything that has been said about our IT department. You know, Matt, you started off your presentation with saying that a lot of people forget about IT. I don't think that's the case with this council or this city. We appreciate you and your department. You all have done an amazing job. I think you're the best IT department in all of Texas, which to me is in the country. And so you all are phenomenal. And the way that we're able to do these hybrid meetings and the production value, and that's why I was happy to hear about from our communications department and their requests and production value, and that those two departments working together are important. And that is another big reason why your department is so extremely important. And you all have come in seamlessly with our request and helped us out and really made that process seem a lot easier than I'm sure it is for you all, but you all have demonstrated an excellent job of doing what you've done. So kudos to you and your department, and thank you, and appreciate your presentation and requests.
Yeah, thank you. I'll spread these words on to my staff. I appreciate it.
And Matt, just as probably the least technology, I don't know, I can't even think of the word, but I'm probably the most frustrating one here on the dais for you, so I most definitely do appreciate you. So thank you so much for everything you've done, because you have made our life a lot more simple. So thank you.
Thanks.
Matt, this is Councilman Tobias. Again, thank you for all your hard work during this COVID and appreciate everything you've done. Referencing your budget, do you know if there's going to be any new servers or any new laptops or systems you're going to be needing in this next year or two that you can think of that might need to go in Intel with your budget there? Any kind of upgrades, any kind of software upgrades that you might be looking at for the next year?
There's no huge systems. A lot of it is just kind of ironing out a lot of the existing systems we have and getting them to work better and integrate them with other systems and departments. We constantly have a rotating just updating of hardware across the city, and that's going to be included in the budget. It's kind of always there, so I didn't really put that here. So there will be some new laptops and stuff, but that's kind of every year. We kind of rotate those out after 3 to 5 years, depending on the department. But no huge asks this year besides this.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Again, thank you for all you did during this time that we need you the most. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, I will yield the floor for the rest of the meeting to Matt Dawson.
Please don't. Turn my camera off.
All right. Paul, good luck, buddy.
All right. It's a tough act to follow there. He's been doing a good job. I think they're faster now. At any rate, my name's Paul Phelan. For the record, I'm the library director. And, we have not requested any new funding for the next year, but we did identify some needs that we have, but we just found a way to meet those needs. So I'd like to just briefly talk about 3 things. The first thing is I just would like to put my support behind the pay parity, of course, for HR. That to me is a need, and I don't say that for me at all. I'm very happy with what I get, but I mean for my staff, they have worked extremely hard during this. We didn't miss a day. We continue to provide library services for the community, through our curbside service, and now, of course, we're opened up on a limited fashion, but my staff's been there working hard through that whole time, and I'm always want to be an advocate for them to make sure that we're looking at their salaries and making sure that they get what they deserve, because they certainly do. A couple other items. As we stated, and Pervez, I think, said it very well, that, with the COVID crisis, we've seen a lot of things. And in our case, we do have, we are almost like a retail establishment, and we deal with a lot of people. So there's a lot of uncertainty as it relates to what's going to happen next year in the fall, in terms of programming. And that's where we spend a lot of our budget and a lot of our resources. And of course, this year we've transitioned those resources to digital. So our summer reading program is online, and if you just go to our webpage at the city, you can click on the banner, you can sign up for it. We have programs going on right now as we speak and different things like that. However, that has led to a reduction in cost, to do some of those digital programs as opposed to doing all of the big programs that we would be doing right now with large crowds at the library. So having some savings in that area with this fiscal year, as well as some of the travel and training and other areas, one of the needs that we did have was for an RFID security self-check system. The system is 8 years old. And as we upgraded, as you generously gave us all new computers last year for the public and for the staff, and we had a new server, we realized that those self-checks work in conjunction with that and don't work. They don't communicate well. I guess they're running on Windows Vista. They're about 8 years old. And so we do need to replace those. That would have been something we would have put in the next year's budget. However, we've had considerable savings with our budget this year. So what I've done is I've put that on an item that I will be bringing forward to you perhaps in the next meeting or closely thereafter, that we'll make that request, and we can handle that with this year's budget. So we feel good about that. The other item would be, I did feel like we would like to see an increase in the book budget. However, because we have, the Friends have purchased, and the Friends of the Library do a wonderful job, and of course we have that luxury too that a lot of departments don't have. We have a source of funding that exists outside the basket of money that we get from the city every year. But they have provided, we've been working on projects with the children's department and upgrades in technology and different things like that. So we're at a point now where I was going to make a request to them next year, the Friends Group, for a sizable donation to supplement the book budget. So given that, supplementing of the book budget and hopefully getting our RFID system with this year's budget, I feel very comfortable that we'll do a good job with what we have next year. That's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, first, I just want to say thank you for implementing a system that kept the library functioning. I'll tell you, with a lot of people at home, I know that was a big resource that helped a lot of the families. So that's great job, especially for the kids in our community. Can't go on enough how important the education for our children are, and you added to that. So thank you. Also, I want to thank you for keeping up your garden. I know that you go above and beyond out there, and I saw people out there throughout COVID-19 going out and not touching anything but walking around and just as a place of solace. So it was great to see that. I actually was out there a few times as well. So it was great, but yeah, definitely bring whatever you need to forward. And the other thing I wanted to ask you, how did it affect you with the thrift store being closed? Did that affect us in your budget in any way?
It has not up to this point, because we made our requests before, and they funded the summer reading program, what they were going to do. And they're, from what and again, I can't speak for them, but just in my conversations with them, they seem to be in a pretty good position right now, and they feel like next year that, they're telling me, in fact, when we have the meetings, in our last meeting, they're like, hey, we've got some money here, let's do some stuff. And I thought, well, this is a perfect time for it right now, so we can get some books on the shelves. So
that's good.
So it hasn't had an adverse effect. No.
Great, thank you, Paul.
I shop there a lot, by the way, at the thrift store. So my family keeps it busy. We donate a lot of stuff there to it and give back. I had a quick question referencing the database. You're saying you need to get it upgraded. Mm-hmm. Do you have an idea of what platform or what programs you're going to be looking at that would interface what you're saying? Is it that the machines are running slower, or is it just the programs that you have on there are just not, are they just not running correctly? Or
that's basically it. So the computers themselves are 8 years old at this point. They need to be replaced. The whole system is. And it's just not interfacing well. And for the specifics, I know Matt's here, and he can tell you all about it. So if there's anything specific, he can certainly do that. But it's just not interfacing well, and it's going down a lot, too. In other words, on a pretty much a daily basis, one of the self-checks will just go down. I'm having folks having to come out all the time to fix the security gate. Now, the upside to that, too, is that system is old, and so we have a maintenance contract with it. So that cost has gone significantly up as they replace these things and keep them going, because they know they're going to have to come out a lot. So basically, the system that we're going to get, which is about an $18,000 purchase, but our maintenance contract will be a third of what it is going forward, and actually we will save about $20,000 over the next 5 years on what would cost us to pay the current $7,000 a year maintenance contract, as well as upgrade that system, and then multiply that over a 6-year period, which will get about $47,000, whereas this system at $18,000 with the maintenance contract will be about $27,000. So it will actually be a cost savings moving forward. So
I think the key word that you said in the beginning, Mr. Phelan, is Windows Vista. Really? Matt, you gotta get. I mean, that's you're being very creative. I don't know how you made that happen.
These are very much standalone. They're not even on our network. So this is like provided, again, Paul would know better than me, but probably when the library started. This is an existing system that ties into like the 3M. So when they scan out books and the RFID, it's that system. So when they bought this package that's sold to libraries, this was a part of it. And it's just very, very old. So when we updated the patron computers and all that stuff, it's very much separate from these. But yeah, I had no idea they were even that old, because they kind of just boot up and load this 3M software where they can self-check out books that ties in with the RFID readers. all of that stuff. So it's kind of a packaged piece that you just buy from them, and it's obviously due for many different reasons.
Paul, first of all, I'd also like to say thank you to, Friends of the Library, because I know they really do help you stock your shelves with, new books and everything. For just the general public, if they wanted to donate books to you, first of all, are they only hardbacks, or do you do paper, or do you only have hardcover books that you like to get donated to you?
So we will take any donations. Now, we don't always put them on the shelf, but we have a company that we work through that actually, in many cases, will get those books to other folks, and they're actually donated to different places as well. So if we don't even use them, we can move them down a chain to where they get put out. But also, some of them will go to the thrift store for sale, although not a lot. But then, of course, we also have the little libraries, which have been closed, but we're, of course, getting ready to open those. And that's basically where I stock those from. So, a lot of good, especially if you got good, I do prefer to get the hardbacks, but, anything. But, especially when you read that book, that good, great fiction book, and it's a wonderful book, but you're done with it. I mean, that's a perfect thing for me to put in those little libraries. So I can certainly use those.
Okay, I just wanted to put it out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
For all you've done and all your imaginative and out-of-the-box thoughts and actions that you've done with the library. So thank you.
Thank you.
Council, I'm gonna.
If I could.
Oh, go ahead.
If I could. Oh, was that Scott?
Yes, that was me.
Okay, well, I'm going to jump in. Well, good to see you, Paul. I think Matt's got something against you. He was hiding you throughout your presentation. So
I thought he was dialed in without his camera on until I looked up and saw he was actually here.
Well, good to see you, Paul. First of all, I want to say at the top of your presentation, it's a testament to the type of leader you are and the care you have about your team. To the very first part is to talk about your staff and how they have been here throughout the shelter in place and really providing for our community a continued service through the library and your advocacy for continued pay parity increase for them. So I just wanted to say that off the bat about you and thank you for that, because your team is amazing. I love what they've done and how they've pivoted in so many different ways and helping out the city and so many other different departments as well. And, we, I love how we, except for these being on Saturday mornings, I love these budget workshops. I love the budget season. It is a great way to interact with the departments and staff and really understand the various pain points and needs that you all have. But for the library is no exception to a department that has excelled and continued to serve our community at a high level. And we appreciate you all for that. And if we could do more in any way to ease some of the pain points that you have, and and I'm glad we're bringing up this particular one that we've talked about, but any others, we want to help you succeed and continue to bring that exceptional level of service that your staff does for our community.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna just give us a status update. 11:12. We are not halfway through the presentation yet. So to department heads, just to keep things moving, a little reminder. And then to council, if there are certain questions that may take a little longer, if maybe you want to throw those in an email or wait to the end, we can have a few or a little bit longer for Q&A. But I want to make sure that we're respectful of time because I know that several people are planning on this being done around noon or 1, somewhere in there. So anyway. Mariana Parks.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Mariana Espinosa, Parks and Recreation Director, Department. For the record, let me put these on so I can see. Okay. So in the following slides, I will present some personnel requests, reclassification requests, as well as equipment need requests. So in building an already strong department, the following requests are a reflection of our department needs to raise the standard across the department, not only to be a leading recreation department in Hays County, but also in the state and in the country. In addition, my requests are not only as a result to grow the department, but they're also a reflection of the need to grow people in the department. So to start off with, the total new personnel reclassification requests, we have a total of $369,247. In new equipment requests, $499,720, for a total of $868,967. There are several items that I did leave out as I did not see them as an immediate need, but that I do look forward to bringing forward in the future. We are requesting 2 new maintenance techs for city parks, specifically with the addition of the new parks coming on, Button Creek Park, Cool Springs Park, and Masonwood Park. 2 new maintenance techs for trails. 2 new maintenance techs for special programs. You may be asking, what is special programs? Well, the way the current organizational structure is set, we have a park maintenance manager, and then we have a parks program coordinator position. Well, that parks program coordinator position is currently assigned to do the work as a park maintenance tech, and so they are currently assigned at a park. And so what I would like to do in my proposed reorg is to pull that parks program coordinator position to fulfill more of a special programs. So they're the ones assisting, overseeing the gateway cruise, overseeing the ball field program that we like to do, helping with the CSR, the Community Restitution Program, overseeing the Kyle Correctional Facility inmates. And then whenever I need a go-to, we always pull that person out to help with projects across the board. So with that being said, that's where the 2 new city park positions come in to fill that void and then to help with the coming up parks. The next one is 1 new special event specialist, but a part-time position. As long as all goes well this year with COVID, we have 19 special events remaining in the Parks Department between now and December. So they're not huge events. They might just be small, such as Market Day or the doggy dip at the pool. So I'm asking, just with the increased need for event planning, special events are not going to be the same as they were moving forward. There's going to be a lot more detailed, a lot more planning, a lot more preparation. And we have about total of almost up to 30 events in the entire year that the Parks Department does host. The next position is 1 new part-time office assistant. I currently have an office manager and an administrative assistant. However, between those 2, they take care of rentals, reservations for not only the Parks Department, but other city facilities. And they also pay bills for not just the Parks Department, but to other departments as well. So if we could bring in a part-timer position just to help get bills paid, we could get those processed and sent into finance in a more timely manner. And it would free up our office manager to really assist me in taking the lead, which is the next reclassification. So for the following list, they're just reclassifying positions that are currently existing. So my proposal is to reclassify the existing senior office assistant the existing office assistant to a senior office assistant position, to reclassify the office manager to more of an assistant to the director position. As we move forward and we grow the department and we grow people, I would like for us to work towards national accreditation. And in order to do that, I would like for that current office manager who could possibly become the next assistant to the director to really take a role in completing all the requirements to become a nationally certified department. I propose reclassifying the park maintenance technician. So right now we have 2 park maintenance technicians in the trails department. I propose to reclassify 1 to a trails coordinator position, and then to reclass the other trails position to an outdoor nature specialist. We have 2 extremely strong people in our trails division right now. We still have about 10 miles of trail to build if we go to Ulen to the Blanco River to complete the Kyle Loop of the Emerald Crown Trail. With the Parks and Recreation Department taking the lead on Keep Kyle Beautiful program, I really see a need for the outdoor nature specialist position. I think the possibilities are absolutely endless. As we saw the last couple months, parks are saving lives, parks are creating lives, and everyone's outdoors. And that's really the basis for the need for that position. And back to growing people, I have an amazing team that I get to work with. In the way, I know, even in the last Parks Master Plan, there were other positions that did exist and that has evolved and it's changed over years. So I'd like to go back to an organizational structure where the folks in parks can grow. So the final two are to reclassify one of the recreation programmer positions to a recreation division manager, and to reclassify the parks and grounds manager to a parks division manager. So those are my proposed personnel and reclassification requests. If you have any questions, I can continue on to equipment. All right, so to continue on to equipment. So in developing this budget for the Parks Department, I tried to engage everyone, all the staff in the department as much as possible, in addition to based off my analysis and my recommendations over the last 6 months. Some of the equipment we need: one new backhoe. Our existing backhoe is about 23 years old. One new dump truck, a small dump truck. One new 16-foot trailer. As part of the rotation, replacing out old flatbeds and trailers. Waterleaf Park is in need of a new trailer. One new trail dozer to increase trail construction efficiency. One new chipper for the tow behind so that we can get onto the trails easier, as ours is too big and a little bit old. 4 new mowers, because we are phasing out our existing mowers and we're spending a sufficient amount of money on mowing repairs. 4 new trucks, same as the mowers. The cost of our repairs are increasing. 4 new weed eaters. 1 new striping machine, as we do not have a striping machine for parking. We only have a ball field chalker and not a painting machine. 1 new leveler or groomer for ball fields. And a new tough cutter for the Ventrax, specifically for our special projects crew and for the undeveloped parkland that they have to maintain. 1 new mule for the rec, admin, and events. That can be a shared mule. Some always have to track down mules. 1 new mini roller for the mule that specifically the trails crew uses. The completion of the purchase of the Christmas tree for Mary Kyle Hartson Park. And then much needed pool repairs. A pool replaster. Our pool slides need to be replaced. Our pool sand is on a maintenance schedule for replacement. And then to fix or upgrade our existing pool spray features. So if you have any questions, in a couple of weeks, we're going to be celebrating July is Parks and Rec Month and celebrating the entire department and the entire team. But I'm open to any questions if y'all have them.
Just real quick on the striping machine, the cost seems a little low. Is that just a little wheel one, or is that the actual gas striping machine like you see?
No, it's one of the smaller end striping machines, just for specifically for Greg Clark Park, just to help us with parking lots, to help with ball field lighting.
Okay, so just one of those little ones you put the spray cans on. Okay, I was just making sure. Thank you.
I have a quick question, if you don't mind, referencing the classifications. Is it just so that way we could get certified in those sense of just changing names from office assistant to senior? Or just the park maintenance to outdoor? Is it just to specify what that position entails, just versus saying office personnel?
You know, not so much. As I prefaced the presentation, I really have a strong passion and interest for growing people and helping people develop professionally. And in developing the budget, I had one-on-one meetings with every single person in the department. And we talked about titles, and titles just seem to be a big deal with everyone as far as, you know, feeling that they fill a particular role, or feeling that that's how they'll need if they're to not grow here, but if they want to move to other agencies, other departments, is their title. Their title is extremely important. And so it's more of a reflection of the jobs that they're doing and the job I would like for them to fulfill, and to be more of a transferable reflection if they were to go somewhere else.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Is that it? Mariana walked away very quickly.
Thank you, Mariana. Appreciate
Any other
it.
questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's it. All right, Chief Barnett.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeff Barnett for the record. I'm going to summarize in major categories for the police department this year. We'll have some new personnel and reclassification requests. We'll have some costs that are associated with our meet and confer agreement with the police association. We have some costs to discuss about our animal shelter services, which are provided by the San Marcos Animal Shelter. And then just a small line item for new equipment and other services. Making sure the slides are there with you. So the first item will be the 2020 meet and confer pay increase. This is year 2 of a 3-year contract with the police association. And there's an increase in that cost for $250,302. This is moving officers to their appropriate step for the next fiscal year. The second item that you will see is for an annual physical assessment. And then the next item below that, because they're related, is the physical fitness incentive. These items, these numbers were actually placeholders that were put in place last week. There's a committee that is made up of council members, city staff, and officers from the police association as they work through the development of a physical fitness assessment for our sworn staff members. As of the latest meeting from this week, it looks like these numbers, these financial numbers may not be needed. I need to leave them in place for now as the continuation of those discussions. But the police association and city staff, they're doing everything that they can to avoid any costs for next year's budget. I think they have a plan in place that should be finalized within the next couple of weeks, and perhaps as early as next week. And if that plan, as it's currently being discussed, moves forward and is accepted, then we will be able to remove both of those line items from next year's budget. Moving on to item number 4, this is a request to return mobile cell phones to all of our police officers. In the years past, all of our police officers were provided a cellular telephone to do their work, as well as to answer email and other small items. We took those away several years ago. However, this year we have a need as we move into our co-located project with Hays County. All of the other agencies that are going to participate in the joint New World system will have the ability to have what's called Shield Force. Shield Force is a product of New World that allows police officers to do some reporting, some call retrieval, and also officer tracking while they're on duty. For example, on the tracking section, it'll track the phone through GPS. It even has layers that will show which floor of an apartment complex or hospital the officers are located on should they need assistance. And then also it will allow them to access data that's in the New World system so that they can do their services out in the field and not have to return to their car or perhaps to the office. And then also when they're technically when they're off duty, we would have the ability to text, email, or send word to them if we needed to recall them back to work. The next item, item number 5, is.
Hey, Chief, before you go on to item number 5, and I need to say this before you move on, it also helps facilitate the statutory requirement with regards to public information requests so they can keep it separate from their personal phone.
You're absolutely right, sir. With recent changes with recent changes and expectations of governmental agencies tracking their messages, their communications between one another for official business, you're exactly right. This would give us the ability to own those phones in which communications are made and thus fulfill our open records requests and retention requirements. Item number 5 is an increase, and this is a placeholder. Discussions are still taking place, but this is the latest information from the city of San Marcos. You will see that we currently pay $256,000 for those services provided by the San Marcos Animal Shelter. For next year, they've given us preliminary numbers of $428,919. We've got some additional details, a breakdown of that in a subsequent slide. The next item is the next 2 items are actually part of our participation in the beautification plan for the city. We have 2 full-time code enforcement officers at this time, and they're barely able to keep up with the growth of the city, the breadth and depth of the city and scopes of their services. Here we are asking to add one code enforcement supervisor and one new code enforcement officer to help fulfill the new tasks assigned in part of the beautification program. We would anticipate that this supervisor, that will be a code enforcement supervisor, to be of senior level, someone who can help direct day-to-day activities, as well as prepare reports for the city manager and council, and to provide overall guidance for the program. It's very likely that we may ask this same position to also oversee the animal control division as well. Currently, both of those divisions report to one of our police sergeants, and I think a civilian position would more adequately be able to supervise and devote the time and attention necessary to the things that we hope to do with our beautification program and our increase in services for animal control. The next item is one property and evidence technician with support costs. We currently have one full-time property and evidence technician. The work simply is more than that one person can get done. There are a variety of changes that cause that work to be more. Number one, it's the volume of evidence that we take in on a weekly basis. Number two, it's the processing of that evidence. A lot of times our evidence tech is the person responsible for delivering pieces of evidence to various labs across the state for analysis. And then also she has to go back and pick that up when it's ready. She also has to testify in court. So several of her days when court is in session, she has to go there and testify as to her maintenance and control over that property while it's in the evidence room. And just the pure volume of work has overloaded that person. We're no longer able to conduct audits for the removal of property so that we can make the best use of our space. And that would be another component of this property and evidence technician. But it's a two-person job now, and we have one full-time there. The last item that you'll see on this slide is item number 9. This is 2 telecommunicator positions. Technically, you approved these in some form last year in the budget. Our part of the co-located process was to add 4 telecommunicators. You added 2 of those 4 in our current budget, and this is the next step, fulfilling that next step in our commitment to the co-located process and adding the next remaining 2 telecommunicators. Moving on to the next page, item number 10. This will be, I have a request to reclassify one record specialist position to a senior record specialist. This is because of the increased amount of duties and training that are placed on one of our existing personnel. The job in which she was placed as a record specialist has grown, and her responsibilities for providing leadership in the room as well as training to new hires has changed. We would like to reclassify her to more appropriately cover her duties. The next one is to take one of our record specialists, move them towards the direction of our criminal investigation division, and give her additional duties as well. She will do records duties in CID. However, we would like to add the crime analyst portion as well. This will allow her to evaluate crimes, to research trends, to help give some predictive analysis for our crime trends in the community so that we can better deploy our resources. And she can do investigative work at the computer for our investigators so that they can focus on their duties. She'll do a lot of the background work, casework preparation, and assist in filing paperwork with the district attorney. Item number 12 on the list is a request to add 2 new police Tahoes for our police fleet. We anticipate removing 2 2011 police vehicles from the fleet that have high mileage, and their yearly maintenance far outweighs the value of those vehicles. And we're asking if we can continue our program that we implemented many years ago to replace the older aging fleet that are actually cost burdens to the city with newer leased vehicles. The next item, item number 13, is an investigative service fee line item. This one is new. This is new to us in law enforcement. Law enforcement has historically been able to serve a subpoena or a search warrant to Google to obtain their data information to assist in investigations. However, this year we were notified by Google that they will begin to charge for those services. And apparently they're able to do so, and we're not able to overcome that with any other court order. And we've estimated that we would need approximately $2,000 to send those search warrant and or subpoenas to their office and then retrieve the data that we need for value in our criminal investigations and missing person cases. The next line item, number 14, is for computer hardware. We have multiple aging computers, both in vehicles and desktops. And then also for the new positions that you awarded to us last year, as well as the ones we're asking for in this year's budget, we have a line item of $30,000 so that we can replace old computers and provide new computers for some existing staff that have never been provided a computer based on growth from last year, as well as the positions that I mentioned above. The last item for your consideration is just in the last few weeks, we have ended our trial with voice interpretation services. You may recall several months ago, prior to COVID, we did a presentation about the voice interpretation product. This allows us to use a device to access translation services. They translate multiple languages and include sign language. We've estimated that we would use their services for about $1,500 per year, slightly over $100 per month. COVID obviously interrupted our trial, so we don't have really good numbers of what we would use in a normal year, but this would be seed money to get us started with a program so that we could continue those services. In total, that brings our request to $984,000. I do have a note at the bottom of this slide that you will see. I would be remiss if I didn't remind everybody that the police department is one of, if not the most understaffed police department in the entire Central Texas region. The department does need more sworn police officers. However, given the COVID environment and the instructions that we had for this year's budget, we understand that may not be an option. I do feel the need to bring that up so that you understand how significantly understaffed we are compared to our counterparts and compared to cities of similar size and nature. The last slide that you see before you is just a better description of our animal shelter program. We have 2 full-time animal control officers for the city of Kyle, and we deliver our animals, and our citizens deliver their relinquished pets to the city of San Marcos Animal Shelter. The cost for those operations have been going up significantly since the expiration of our first 10-year agreement with the city of San Marcos. In 2019, we paid approximately $141,000, which equated to about $386 per day. We impounded 411 animals that year. In 2020, we paid $256,000 and change. That was about $702 per day, and impounded 99 animals, which was about 25 per month. So our numbers, our volume continue to go down as our animal control officers return animals to owners out in the field. More than usual, we use social media, we use the neighborhood watch programs, and we try to locate the owners and get them back in the field so that we do not have to put them in the shelter. Moving on to 2021, you see a hefty increase as the city of San Marcos is looking for a cost sharing of both equipment in the facility, some expansions, and some additional staff. This goes along with the much bigger discussion that we've had in the recent year about a move to a no-kill shelter or to improve our live outcome rate. And that's the numbers that they have provided us within the last several weeks. And you see before you some of a breakdown that you can see a cost per day, how much we're paying per day or how much we're paying per animal as our share as a participant in that animal shelter services. And with that, that concludes the information that I had, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Chief, real quick
Yes, ma'am.
question, hopefully. In regards to, I know that we have 7 police sergeants and it looks like 44 police officers funded this year. Can you give just a brief description where they're at in the process? Do we still have any in police academy or such that we're still waiting to get onto the street?
I sure can. So out of our 54 sworn authorized positions, and that includes the position of the chief down to the newest officer or trainee that we might be hiring, we currently have 5 openings. We have 2, and we are testing on June the 27th. So anyone out there listening or knows anyone who wants to get into law enforcement, we have an upcoming test. We would love to have them join us. In addition to that, we have 2 officers that have been hired, but they are awaiting to attend the next available police academy. As you can imagine, the COVID epidemic shut down all of the police academies. So we've kind of been in a holding pattern. The First academy starts in July. We believe there will be another academy and another regional academy in August. And then there will most likely be one somewhere a little bit later in the fall. So one of our cadets starts July. The other one will probably catch the academy in the fall. And then if we can hire all 5 positions from our test in June, hopefully we'll be fully staffed at the end. We currently have in our FTO program 6 that graduate today. So that's actually a great announcement today. We have 6 of our cadets that were hired about a year ago, and they graduate their FTO program today and will hit the streets next week as officers performing solo duties. And then we have 1 more that is in our FTO program that still has a few months left, or no, several weeks left to go in the FTO program. Oh, and I have to say that one of our officers that's in training is actually still part of the military reserve program, and he's been called back to duty. So he's going to leave and will be gone for about 4 months. So you can kind of back all of those out of the 54 that we are authorized, including the chief and the various assignments such as detective and whatnot. And we're operating today, prior to those 6 graduating and being on their own, somewhere in the low 40s with actual officers performing police officer duties.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have comments about your animal shelter analysis, but we're going to keep the ball rolling. So I'll wait.
Sir.
Yeah, there's council. We're getting more information, it seems, by the day. In fact, we got another email about it this morning. So we plan on bringing forward some options to council because, you know, as things continue to progress toward no kill, the costs to our city are skyrocketing, frankly. And so, I mean, paying the amount of money we pay per animal is you know, it's a lot when I think there are alternatives to be considered. Okay, any other questions for the police department? All right, Pervez. Okay, Public Works, Harper.
Mayor, Council, Harper Wilder, Public Works Director. City Manager's already kind of filled y'all in on some of the items we discussed at the beginning. If you'll see on 35, and this actually starts on 37, my Public Works starts on 37, but I provided these justification sheets so that y'all could look back, and if you wanted any explanation, you can look at each one of these and kind of read up why we're asking for this. On sheet 35, the new street superintendent is basically an assistant to the division manager, Scott Egbert. Will be overseeing all of the different departments that are divisions of the street department. Then you have 6 new street construction tech 2s, 4 new street construction tech 1s. If you have a question on why we're asking for tech 2s or more tech 2s, that's because we are having to compete with the private sector, where these these individuals that are very skilled in operations and the street construction can make a lot more in the private sector versus what they can in the city. So starting them off at a tech 2 is trying to get somewhat close to what they would make in the private sector and try to entice them over. The new drainage right-of-way litter abatement foreman. This is our drainage and right-of-way department. They do not have a foreman like the other departments here at Public Works. So this is just, you know, filling in a void there and making them the same as everyone else. Next to the litter abatement tech 1s, we currently have 2 litter abatement employees that pick up trash. These guys do a great job. They're out there every day in the sun, walking up and down the right of ways, picking up trash. They get bags and bags of trash bags full of trash each day as part of our beautification process. And in the recent discussions and wanting to increase that even further, we're hopefully going to add 2 more with a truck and trailer, so that I would have 2 crews could be in separate locations and try to make it even nicer. Just to give you an idea, these guys can go down, you know, a frontage road or 35 or 1626. They can go down that in a matter of sometimes maybe 2 days, there's trash, thrown along there in that short time frame. So I think that's a great request to try to continue tackling the trash issues. The next page, 36, is our treatment and operations division, our wastewater treatment plant. They're asking for a new lead operator. This operator will kind of be over the two operators below them. Will be assisting the chief operator out there, their direct assistant. It's also to add another person for the wastewater treatment plant expansion that's going on as we speak. They've got a huge hole dug out there currently, in which they're already started the work out there at the treatment plant. And the second position requested is just a reclassification. We have an operator and an assistant operator. The assistant operator has since been licensed, has the same responsibilities, duties as the existing operator. So we just wish to make that a operator, and from here on out, we'll only have operators there. Page 37 is the summary. This is just a summary of everything from the personnel and the equipment items. We can go on to page, we already talked 38, 30. Let's go to 39 if we could. 39 is the start of the street construction equipment. We were asked, what do we need to truly get out and do project after project after project. These are the items that we've come up with. Just so you know, like the milling machine, for example, which is a large number. But we looked at back and forth, what's the cost of contracting this piece of equipment out each time? And overall, looking at just having it in-house and not have to contract out anymore, we'll purchase this piece of equipment over time. I'm happy to go over any one of these, but to save time, each one of these is essential in what we're doing. One thing to point out is the chip spreader, which we don't have. I know Mr. Sellers has talked about that in the past, but chip spreading certain roads, cost effective, it's quick, efficient, provides a good surface, but it's not as expensive as us going through and having to do reconstruction and asphalting the roadway. So that would be a new addition that we haven't had here before in a way to surface roads. So kind of excited about that. Number 40, this is additional equipment as well. Just some of the different things. I think a lot of that on that page is pretty self-explanatory. Page 41, this is our right-of-way beautification maintenance. There's the foreman that we talked about, litter abatement, 2 new trucks, batwing. The zero-turn mowers, the mowers that we currently have are in and out of the shop. These mowers are getting, there's 53 miles, I think. I forget the total number of miles that the staff is mowing. These mowers get tremendous abuse. So we're ready to get a couple more mowers. Probably could ask for more than that, but 2 for right now, to keep those mowers operational more of the time. Page 42, and this goes back to my treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant, and operations. Operations is all the well sites, all the pump stations for the water side. They also take care of the lift stations on the wastewater side to a certain aspect. New lead operator, that was, we talked on that. Reclassify, we talked about. A mule out there at the plant now, and as well as during the expansion, they need something that they can get in between clarifiers, back and forth to the tanks, to the chlorine rooms, control rooms, things of that nature. They need something that they can, that won't fit in between, or is not feasible to have a truck in there, and they want some kind of little ATV mule or something like the parks has, just to help them carry equipment and chemicals and whatnot that are heavy back and forth to where they need to go. Laptops, that's for his treatment side staff. The laptops they have are old and they're needing new laptops. So that was a request to basically replace. Furniture for the new wastewater treatment plant admin building. The building itself, the office, which is also going to be like a learning center that we got a portion of with a grant. But the furniture, the amount we have to furniture and outfit that inside area is not efficient. They need the insides outfitted, and so this is Tim's request. SCADA improvements for Rebel Road. What these are, the next two basically are just helping out our existing water system to get the alarms that we need for when we chlorinate at these different sites. It'll basically give us an alert. Some of these sites are very close to, like, let me see, for example, if you look at the Lehman ground storage right next to Lehman High School, you'll see that ground storage there, the white one with the Lobo emblem on the front. There, if there's an issue, the houses are right next to it. So the close proximity of these homes puts, if we have an issue at that site where we receive the water, and let's say a chlorine feed system has a malfunction, you are very limited to the time frame you have for that to get out before you can stop it and flush and fix the problem prior to it getting to those homes, those nearby homes. So these are great requests that little by little Tim has been going through and trying to address each issue. We have this for many of the sites, and this is just a continuation, trying to have all our sites. Engineering services for the wastewater treatment plant permit to 9 MGD. This was requested, I'd have to ask Tim, but it was requested, I think, of BNN, who said that they suggested that we should go ahead and apply and try to get this now because of the impairment of Plum Creek. We were allowed to put so much effluent into the creek at this time right now. And as the impairment with the creek possibly continues, and with more people trying to do the same thing to disperse to the creek, we could be in a situation later with TCQ may or may not say, no, we don't want you to put any more because we already have these others that have requested to put to the same creek. So this is a suggestion that we move forward and go ahead and try to grab this now. Aeration system improvements. Our plant 1 and 2, the aeration system at the bottom of the plant, which is PVC aerated pipes that it blows the air in, which helps in the treatment process of the plants. These items have long been giving us headaches at the plant. In order to try to fix those, you have to take the entire plant down, drain it completely down. You overload the other plant. If we're going to work on plant 1, for example, we'd have to drain that entire plant down, overload plant 2, and you're working in an environment that is not fun. And I've been out there many times trying to do this. So this is something to finally just take it out, put a whole new aeration system in. And the last one was increase of light and power costs, and that's in regards to the expansion. Now, here again, these are just projected costs, what we think that the electrical costs will be in the expansion. So these could be a little higher, they may be a little lower. This is just our projection. And that's all I have. You have any questions?
Okay, thank you, Harper.
Thank you for your presentation, Harper.
Yes, sir. I read through kind of quick because I know Mr. Sellers already said about moving on, but there's a lot of information there, and if anybody has further questions or wants to call later, I'm happy to explain everything.
Great. Pervez is going to take the next few slides here. We're going to jump into some property and sales tax slides.
So we'll start with property tax. As you well know, Senate Bill 2 changed the property tax laws significantly, and it's going to affect the city of Kyle in 2021. So when we prepare the budget and we do the tax calculations, these new laws come into effect. So very briefly, we wanted to kind of give you an overview of what has changed. We are no longer calculating effective tax rate the same way. We're not going to call them effective tax rate anymore. It's called now no new revenue tax rate. The rollback tax rate has been changed to voter approval tax rate. Interest and sinking tax rate is now debt tax rate, and the Senate Bill 2 has calculated or has added 2 additional tax rates to be calculated. And I won't go into the details unless you want to. Overall, on the spectrum of process complexity, we have gone from complicated to complex. And it will affect the city. So one of the things that SB 2 has changed is they have now required election under certain conditions. If we're below no new revenue tax rate, there's no election required. If we're below voter approval tax rate, no election is required. This third category is where we want to be. Above no new revenue tax rate, but equal to or below voter approval tax rate. So this is the safe zone, this is where we want to be, especially for a growing city. And the last 3 basically triggers the election. And when an election is triggered, it is the next possible date for election. And if voters do not approve, then any tax rate that is different or is higher than has to be refunded to the taxpayers. So SB 2 also adds a tax rate cap. You may have heard or read in the newspaper that from 8% has been reduced to 3.5%. So what does that mean for City of Kyle based on existing tax rates and our current assessed valuations? If we were to implement that tax cap, that means we have to reduce $735,000 from the tax revenue calculations. However, SB 2 allows, there's a provision in the tax law that if there is a national disaster declared either by the governor or the US president, then it can be deferred, the cap can be deferred by a year or 2. So staff will be bringing forward a resolution for City Council's consideration to direct City Manager and Director of Finance to calculate the voter approval tax rate based on 8% cap instead of 3.5% cap for next fiscal year. This will allow us an additional year of growth in our tax base. We should take it, my recommendation would be that we should take advantage of this to delay it, to buy some time, because $735,000, given all the needs you have already seen so far, does make a big impact. So in terms of property valuations, we were provided the preliminary certified valuations by the Hays County Appraisal District. For 2020 is $3.67 billion as compared to $336 for 2019. That's an estimated increase over 2019 about $306 million, or 9% increase in AV. We won't receive the final certified AV or assessed valuations until late July. The tax assessor is required by law to provide by July 25th. So by that time, we'll know all the protests have been sorted through and what our final numbers will look like. So using the 9% preliminary increase that they are showing for us and using the current tax rates, we're looking at $1.6 million in new tax revenue. Of that, $964,000 is for maintenance and operations and $691 for debt service. I want to caution you that these numbers are very preliminary. They're going to change significantly as we use the new formula as well as the new final certified tax roll. For sales tax, for 2021, at this point, we're looking at a 5.5% increase over the current budget. Our current sales tax budget for 2020 is $9.5 million. Through June 2020, we have collected or received from the states $7 million, which is approximately 75% where we should be by this time of the year. We had been waiting for the June sales tax receipts because June sales tax receipts represent April sales or sales transactions. We were quite surprised when the numbers came in. My initial estimate to council was 10 to 12% reduction. And then, of course, other people had different projections in the organization. The final numbers that came in for April activities, but in June receipts, was almost equal to what we had projected for receipts in June in the budget cycle. We were, the final numbers were $9,000 over budget, or 1.2% over our original projections. So Kyle overall came out pretty good, considering what we went through in April. Other general fund revenues, these are permits, fines, court revenues, library revenues. Here again, we're overall a conservative projection of 5.5% increase over current year. That will give us about $365,000 more in new revenue. For water utility, we wanted to talk about the ARWA or the ARWA's impact. $45 million in new debt is planned for issuance between 20 and 21. So in November of this year, ARWA is going to issue $34.5 million on the city of Kyle's behalf. This is our capital cost, our share of the capital cost. $34.5 million in November, and the estimated debt service on that is about $1.8 million in new debt service for the water utility per year. Then in November of 2021, they're scheduled to issue another $10.7 million for the city's portion of capital cost. Debt service on that is estimated to be about $570,000. You'll recall that to date, ARWA has issued $36.7 million for Kyle's share. Water utility has been paying about $1.8 million in annual debt service payments. This is coming from the water utility rates. So between what they have already issued for Kyle's share, $36.7 million, and what they plan to issue, which is $45.2 million, the last bullet sums it up. We will have almost $82 million in total debt for ARWA system improvements for Kyle's share. The debt service or annual payments on that debt will be about $4.2 million. You'll recall council authorized the issuance of $28.3 million for the city's wastewater treatment plant expansion project in June council meeting. The debt service on that is about $1.7 million that will be coming out of the wastewater utility. So these two slides lead up to how does it impact the rates. On the water utility side, we have a 4-year rate plan. There was a 10% rate increase in 2020 that we had talked to council during the budget process, and council, instead of doing a rate increase, council recommended that staff or directed staff to use from general fund to defer that rate increase by utilizing general fund funding end balance to defer the 10% rate increase. And we were able to do that, but there is a 10% rate increase in 2021 on the water side. To be able to afford the $82 million in ARWA debt, along with other operating needs of the utility system, water side, the projected rate increase is 10% in 21, 10% in 2022, 10% in 2023, and 8.5% in 2024. And of course, this is all contingent on final ARWA project costs, financing terms, and the growth we have in the system, the natural growth that we will see over the years. On the wastewater side, we've always had a 2-year rate increase plan. Council authorized 10% rate increase in 2019. We've already implemented that. The next increase is estimated between 10 to 12% in 2021. So as we put the budgets together for the utilities, the 2 utilities, these will be refined further, and we'll make the final recommendation in the budget proposal from the city manager on August 1st. So we wanted to give you a heads up. These are the rate increases that's on the horizon, given the cash needs of the 2 utility systems. So assuming a 4.5% system growth and a 10% rate increase, for 2021, we're estimating $1.5 million in new revenue for the water utility and $1 million in new revenue for wastewater utility. For the storm drainage utility, the same growth factor, 4.5%, will result in about $75,000 in revenue, 34 from the residential customers and 40 from commercial customers. So we've gone over the new budget requests from each department. We've gone over the new CIPs from each request. We've shown you the new estimated revenue from the various sources. Now we're going to summarize what that looks like. So for FTEs citywide, what you have heard this morning, there are 28 new FTEs being requested, or at least identified as needs. Engineering, 1, Parks and Rec, 7, Police, 5, Public Works, 11 on the general fund side. For Public Works, you also see 1 for utility fund and 3 for the drainage, a total of 15. So combined is a total of 28 new positions. These are new positions. This does not include any reclassifications. On the new budget requests, so if you add up all those slides between all the departments and the CIPs, is $31,567,306 without planning department, financial services, and library. So between the revenue and the new needs, what's our gap? So here's the new revenue that we talked about. We've been able to reprioritize $15.5 million, which is on the last line of this slide. And given all the new revenue sources we have projected or estimated, we have $25.8 million in funding that will be available to us if our estimates are close enough. So this final slide summarizes it. So on the first line, you'll see estimated funds available. We have $17.4 million from general fund, $2.6 million from utility, and about $5.9 million from other funds. This includes the Kinder Morgan settlement, this includes the TDS contribution, for a total of $25.8 million. Second line shows our total budget needs that we have been able to identify so far, including CIPs. If you add all across, general fund, utility fund, other funds, it's $31,567,000. So the difference between the new sources of funds available and our needs identified so far, there's a gap of about $5.8 million. So the challenge between now and August 1st for city manager is to close that gap. And I think we'll be able to. So I don't know, Scott, if you wanted to add anything.
I think you did a great job. So that's a lot of information. Fire hose for the last 15 slides. And this slide pretty much gets us to the end of the budget requests. There are a couple, Pervez, why don't we just round out the slides here. So on slide 62, you'll see in November, we are still pushing forward for our bond for the Kyle Public, or whatever we're calling it, the police headquarters, public safety, community facility, police department, HQ. I know there's going to be a name for it here. We've got a rough cost estimate there now, but still are not sure until we get our contractor estimate. Then you'll see what that impact looks like from an AV perspective. So that's about 6 to 7 cents on the tax rate for the average property taxpayer. Slide 63 is really your chance to start directing us. Pervez, let's show 64 through 66 so that we can just talk through. So 64, you'll see these are all the items that we are asking council's priorities about. And 65, the next steps for the budget development. Today is our first work session. July 25th, hopefully, we'll have received our certified property valuations by then. August 1st, we will have our next budget workshop. So that'll be here, same time, or hybrid. And we will have put together all of the feedback we've received from today and as we go through balancing the budget. And then you'll see August 18th and August 25th, we will have our work session 3 and 4, as well as our public hearings that correspond with those. And
the first and second readings.
And first and second reading of the budget. So with that, I think the following slide is the question slide. So let's move back to slide 63 and 64, Council. This is time to ask any final questions and give us your priorities.
So I've got one question real quick, Scott. So I know we're looking at the new equipment and everything for the streets division, but I think the $7 million that we have already allocated, was that taken in account for this?
Yes, sir.
budget?
That is the funding source for those positions and
Okay,
equipment.
sounds good. Thank you.
You bet. And obviously, between now and August 1st, there will be plenty of time if you want to come in and meet with me individually, meet with any of the department heads, and we can go over those requests in more details if you have any questions. And we will also be bringing forward additional information as it relates to some of the larger items that we discussed, such as the animal shelter expenditure, the coronavirus relief fund expenditures, et cetera.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn this workshop, please.
Second.
Thank you, everyone. Good meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Right.
Motion passes. We are adjourned.